go, guys. What is going on? Welcome to PPL Live. Today is our 2021 NBA Draft Watch Party. We're going to be here all night long, breaking down the latest trades, talking about all the draft picks, grading every pick. Me, Tiago, Mark, we have been breaking it down for the last several months, guys. If you love the NBA Draft, you have come to the right place. And joining us today, I'm going to lead us off with Tiago. Follow him on Twitter at tscabby. How you doing, Tiago?
It's go time, man. It's absolutely go time. We've been waiting for this for a very long time, and it's finally arrived.
Tiago's been doing the Lord's work lately, so this is his shining moment.
What I have not been doing is any trade proposals for Ben Simmons, so that's been escalating.
Yeah. So, guys, if you don't know already, this is a Sixers related watch party. We'll be talking about every pick here, but guys, we watch the NBA, we watch the NBA draft. If you're watching us live, comment, we'll react to it, ask us questions. We are here all night. Also joining us is Mark Henry. He is part of the Tough Cover podcast. What's up, Mark?
Nothing much, man. This is my Super Bowl. This is the best. This and the NFL draft are the two best days of the year. So I'm just happy to be here.
I love it. Then we've got Justin. I haven't seen Justin in forever. It feels way too long. Justin Persichetti, he is our beat guy for the Delaware Blue Coats. Justin, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm happy to be on a live stream, happy to be hanging out, and even happier to see what goes down tonight. So it should be a lot of fun, and I'm excited. I'll be in and out as the draft's going on, so we'll see what happens.
We have Ben Butler saying, "What up, TPL?" Ben, what is going on? We've got Tekaflow going Cavs. You want to talk Cavs? Let's talk Cavs. We've got some European flavor going down right here. We've got Olaf from the Netherlands joining. What's going on, Olaf? That is freaking fantastic. Lastly, joining us, we've got more coming in and out all night long. But last but not least, Joey. Follow him on Twitter at JoeyD_6. How you doing, Joe?
I'm great. I had a quart of shrimp lo mein. I had 2 Yinglings, so I'm in it for the long haul, fellas.
We have Quill saying, "Let's go tonight, boys." Slinksy YT says Siakam for Ben Simmons. I feel like we're gonna be talking a lot of Ben Simmons tonight, but let's not go there yet. Let's start off with all the top trades that have gone down so far. Just now, Woj just reported that Detroit is finalizing a trade to send Mason Plumlee and the number 37 pick to Charlotte for the number 57 pick. Seems like probably just move on from there. Any reaction with that trade, guys, with Detroit?
I think that's Detroit admitting their Mason Plumlee mistake last year, right?
Yeah, man.
They gave the guy
I don't know, man.
a ton of money.
Listen, ESPN was all over that in and out that he got earlier this season. I don't remember when it was, but remember that in and out dribble he had that was like all over Twitter, all over Instagram.
Hey, man. Hey, listen. Cade Cunningham needs space, man. Simple as that. You're not going to get a Mason Plumlee on the court. So it's smart for them to get away from that contract and start building around what is going to be quite an interesting point forward in the NBA coming up this year. So I'm glad they did that move. So.
All right. Also joining us now is our Sixers beat writer. He is Austin Krell, the host of the Feed to Embiid podcast. Follow him on Twitter at NBA Krell. What's up, Austin?
Fellas, what's happening?
We're doing
Austin, the source was good again.
Sometimes you just get lucky. What can I say?
All right. Let's move on to this Lakers-Wizards madness. The Lakers are nearing a deal with the Washington Wizards to acquire Russell Westbrook for Kyle Kuzma, Harrell, KCP, and possibly a 2021 draft pick, guys. Westbrook in LA. Any reaction to that potential deal? Anybody?
I think that's LeBron's way of saying, like, I need help, man. I can't carry this ball handling for myself the rest of the way. I mean, it's just, you can tell LeBron is just not the same player. Again, doesn't mean that he's not a good player or anything like that, but needs help, man. Can't do anything by himself. And Dennis Schroeder had a very disappointing year last year. Perhaps Westbrook, the second half of Westbrook, can be that player. And if that's the case, man, then the Lakers are back in business for sure.
Love it, love it, love it. Let's roll on, I guess. Right now, Shams reported, like 10 minutes ago that Bradley Beal has no desire to leave the Washington Wizards. Any thoughts on that? Because a lot of Sixers fans circled his name over the last, few hours. Bradley Beal looks like he's staying. Any reaction to that, guys?
That is some next level loyalty and trust right there.
I don't buy it for a damn second.
I know.
He does not buy it.
If it's true that is next level loyalty on Bradley Beal's part. If he trusts Tommy Shepard that much to build a winning team around him, which, like Austin said, that's kind of hard to buy at this point. If you count, if he counts KCP, Kuz, and Montrezl Harrell as title contending pieces, then he got what he wanted.
Let's look at the wording of this report. This is a trade Washington wants to make with Bradley Beal in mind, creating some salary cap flexibility for the future to add talent around him. Sources tell ESPN the idea of returning to his Los Angeles roots has been appealing to Westbrook. It's very obvious to me that that's GM feeding him words to say out in public. It doesn't sound like a reporter commentary.
Yeah. Well, what is Washington's next move, right? So you created all that space, but who's gonna go play with Bradley Beal? That team is a bottom tier Eastern Conference team. Who's gonna go play there? That's what I want to know. And if they're at 15 wins halfway through the year next year, then you have to think he's probably going to win out. So I don't read that as anything but like Austin said, GM speak.
All right, let's roll on. Cleveland Cavaliers added a point guard in Ricky Rubio with the Minnesota. Cleveland Cavs acquire Ricky Rubio from the Minnesota Timberwolves in exchange for a 2022 second-round pick and cash for Taurean Prince per Woj. Any reaction to that, guys?
Is Sexton on his way out now? Because unless they're trying to play point guard factory in Cleveland, that means someone has to go, I guess.
Because nothing screams high upside like Ricky Rubio.
Yes.
I think they're in a lot of pressure to win. So I think that's that move. Assuming that they keep Rubio, which may not be the case, they have to be in a lot of pressure to win, man. This team has been crap for a very long time now, and they got two young backcourt guys, and they're good in some ways, but they make a lot of mistakes, man. They may be just looking for a guy who come in and run some offense. So, doesn't put Cleveland over the top, but gives them a little bit of a nudge towards the win column, I think.
At the very least, too. Drafting Mobley tonight will at least give them a good amount of intrigue to that core. As weird as the fit might be next to Jared Allen, I think that Mobley is probably at some point could possibly replace Allen as the main guy down low.
All right, last real quick, and then we'll get into some Sixers talk. Landry Shamet heading to the Suns. Brooklyn Nets have traded Landry Shamet to the Suns for point guard Javon Carter and then number 29 pick in tonight's draft. Any quick takes on that, guys?
Man, that guy is just living the life. Goes from Philly to LA to Brooklyn to Phoenix. The guy is just the guy could not. Some players don't get out of the first round of the playoffs in their careers, and this guy is on a team teams that are either getting to the finals or have the arsenal that they're favorites to win it all. Just an incredible run.
Landry Shamet is a winning player. What can we say?
His rebounding rate's gotten better, is what I've heard.
I don't think he's made it out of the second round though.
No,
I don't think he has. Yeah.
My takeaway is that I think we might have just seen the market be set for the 28th pick in the draft, right? So 29th for Javon Carter, 28th pick, a little bit extra. That's what you're talking about if you're talking about trading that 28th pick. So that's what you have to think about if the Sixers do decide to trade that pick.
Also, I think that hints at that. Shamet is obviously the campaign replacement because Payne is probably going to be getting a nice little payday once free agency starts.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily excite me if they're trying to trade the 28th pick. That upgrading from Javon Carter to Landry Shamet is all that means necessarily. But
True.
Yeah, that's kind of my takeaway from that if we're looking at it from a Sixers perspective.
All right, let's get into some Sixers talk, guys. By the way, if you're new to the channel and you're watching, please share the love. Give this video a like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Thank you for everyone watching, guys. Please be sure to comment. You know, we want to hear from you. We want to hear your takes, all that kind of stuff. So, 19 minutes until the draft begins. Detroit Pistons get on the clock. Let's talk Sixers. Let's lead us off with Ben. I think Ben is like the biggest topic going on right now. What is your vibe? I'm going to throw it to our Sixers beat reporter here, Austin Krell. Is Ben on the move? Is Ben staying? What is your gut saying, Austin?
I don't think he gets moved tonight. I think he'll be here a little while longer, unless they have some sort of wild card move in place that no one's talked about. I think Daryl's a gameman, and he certainly has a method to his strategy and his madness. And you know, we'll see. But I just don't think it's going to happen tonight. There hasn't been any kind of connective tissue or reports bridging what happened this morning to what Jason Dumas said to now. So I would err on the side of caution and say I don't see it.
How about you, Mark? Where's Ben going tonight?
Yeah, I kind of lean on the same side as Austin. I never really thought that the draft was that big of a deadline. I know a lot of people looked at Golden State, using them for 3-team trades, being like, once 7 and 14 get used, Golden State becomes a less desirable 3-team trade partner with Ben Simmons. I never viewed Golden State's assets as highly as everyone else seems to. And I never really thought that they were going to get it done either in a 3-team deal or for Ben Simmons. So I never really looked at the draft as this big in terms of like due date to trade Ben Simmons by. So, but I still would bet a really good amount of money that he never plays another game as a Philadelphia 76er. So I think he'll be gone before the start of the season, but I don't necessarily think it'll be tonight.
Joey.
Yeah, I concur. I think a trade's probably inevitable at this point, but I don't think it's going to be happening tonight because, I mean, there's no rush really to get a deal done. Morey's going to wait this out as long as he can and get as good a package as he can. I mean, there's a reason why these leaked packages, you know, absurd amount of first-round picks, every young player on the team. You know, there's a reason why these are out because these teams, they don't have a Dame level or Beal level player to offer in return. So, of course, you know, the price is going to be absurd because, one, Ben is worth it. Two, these teams just don't have that star level player to get, you know, in a suitable Ben return. And based on the recent reporting, it doesn't seem like one of those kinds of players is going to be available tonight. So this is probably going to be dragging out for maybe probably a couple weeks leading up to training camp.
Tiago, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to ask me where Ben is going to go tonight, I'm going to guess it's going to be this mansion in California, and he's going to kick back and drink some 500 bottle of champagne and enjoy his life because he's living the life, man. So
don't forget, he's now in a pool when apparently he can't go. He's in a pool right now during the summer because he had a bad playoff run. So
just one more point, though, on Ben is that, you know, all the rumors around, you know, Fred VanVleet, OG Anunoby, you know, SGA, a lot of names being thrown out there on Ben. And these are all very good players. Ben Simmons is an all-star, all-NBA player, man. And if you're going to trade a player like that, you better be getting something in return that puts you over the top. Because if it doesn't put you over the top, now you're in a really, really bad situation because you no longer have that blue chip trade asset. So Morey is doing the absolute right thing, setting the price really, really, really high, and then sitting back and waiting for the market to play out. The worst thing the Sixers can do tonight is rush to something that may look good on paper, but doesn't really help the team get to a championship level. That's really what the purpose of the move is about. So there's going to be names out there being thrown around, but ultimately it's about really pushing the team forward, and there could be a bigger fish to pry down the line. So we'll see, but I'm no rush. No means to be rushing to trade Ben Simmons at all tonight.
All right, let's stay on the Sixers bandwagon here. The Sixers acquired another second-round pick for cash with the New Orleans Pelicans. I think pick number 53 here. What does that mean, Austin? Are we looking too much into this? Could that be another asset used in a trade? What should we make out of that move?
So I am told they have interest in Let's see what the guy's name is. Very good preparation on my part.
You don't know the name, they can't be good. It's probably somebody we never heard of.
That's how good that guy is.
Yes. Amar Silla. They have interest in Amar Silla, who is an international prospect, as Kyle Newbeck reported today. To keep an eye on the international prospect pool. So I get the sense they have interest there. And should they have a trade in place with the 28th pick and other assets, I would, I guess, ideally like to flip that with there. But it's certainly a stark contrast to what they usually do. In recent history, they have sold picks. Now they are buying them.
All right.
And then stashing them and not paying them. Okay.
Anybody have any other thoughts on an extra second-round pick? I'm happy, considering that Tiago and I did a shit ton of research on second-round guys. So I'm glad to hopefully get, Mamu. Excuse me. But anyway, any other reactions to that trade before we move on to, what is our dream draft? We're going to talk about that next. Any other reaction to the 53rd pick in this draft?
I mean, there's a lot of depth in back in the draft around, right? So whether it's their national guy that Austin talked about, they can find different levels of shooting around multiple positions on the court if they choose to go that route. So whether they choose both picks or just one pick, I think it would be wise for them to look at that second round and look at somebody who can really come in and, give them the floor spacing element. Guys like Isaiah Livers, right? Guys pro-ready can come in and give you some floor spacing elements. By no means is a 10 to 15-minute player, but, you look at a team like Utah, like a Georges Niang kind of player to come in and give you some minutes. So it's out there for the Sixers to have if they want to go down that route for sure.
All right. Let's move on to our dream draft for the Philadelphia 70. Yes, Mamu Kalashvili. I mean, Andrew Waters knows that is. I'm so happy. We'll get into that in a little bit. But guys, let's start off with a dream draft. What is a home run draft for the Philadelphia 76ers? Lead us off, Tiago.
A home run draft. You're asking for a home run draft.
Yep.
So, I mean, for me, I really think it's about finding complementary players. Yes, there are good ball handlers in the draft, good point guards, guys like Jared Butler and so forth. But for me, it's about finding complementary guys to come in and fill the slot and can perhaps fill in both ways on the court. So if you're looking at names specifically, we talked about it in last mock draft, Chris. I think there's a guy sitting in that back end of the first, early second round called Isaiah Todd, who is potentially stretch 5, who can play the 3 to the 5. I love his developmental arc. I think he would be a phenomenal pick at pick 28, and I actually consider him to be one of the steals of the draft. So a skilled big can do multiple things besides what we saw from Dwight Howard for most of the year this year. I think would be a good way to go. And then again, in the second round, assuming you keep that 50th pick or 53rd pick in the draft, I mean, I talked about Isaiah Livers. Perhaps Joe Wieskamp is a guy they can get in the second round. It's a JJ Duncan Robinson type movement shooter. So it's about floor space for me, about complementary guys and kind of guys can come in and give you some spot minutes here and there for me.
I think the meat and potatoes of this draft is that late first round, early second round area. I'm really interested to see how this first round plays out. I low-key would love kind of a slight trade out of the first round, get a top second round pick, and then maybe trade up again. So ending up with like 2 high second round picks, maybe another future asset, and get a guy like Miles McBride, get a guy like Deshaun Highland, get a guy like Quentin Grimes. There's a lot of really solid guys that I think are going to be in that area. Isaiah Todd, Kessler Edwards. Who knows how this board falls? But I'm really interested to see, especially at pick 28, could you potentially trade back a little bit? Because there's a lot of really solid fits. There's ball handlers, there's shooters, floor spacers, there's stretch bigs, a lot of really good fits. Mark, what is your home run draft for the Sixers?
Yeah, I don't necessarily usually when I do my top 30 for the NBA draft, I feel like I usually have 40 guys that I want to rank in my top 30. This year, it felt like I had 25, and I was trying to stretch it to 30. Obviously, I left off probably 5 or 6 guys that are no matter no doubt first round picks. So that does push some of the guys in my top 25 down. So honestly, my favorite scenario would be to make that pick at 28 and then maybe package those second round picks and move up to get someone that I view as a first round pick prospect in the second round, a guy like, a Quentin Grimes, Deshaun Highland, Miles McBride, Jeremiah Robinson Earl, those guys who they're over under on where they're going to get drafted are in the late 20s or mid 30s. So getting a guy like, for me, a Jared Butler, I would assume a Trey Mann, a point guard like that, one of those guys would be huge at 28 for me. And then just, whoever the best possible guy is that you can package those second round picks and get up for. Maybe you don't have to, maybe a guy like JRE or JT Thor, or, maybe they like a guy we're not even talking about, but maybe they're a guy who they view as a first round pick prospect they can get towards the back end of the second round. Who knows? The second round's pretty unpredictable where guys are going to go. What
about you, Austin?
My ideal draft would be, I like Trey Murphy III out of UVA. I do like Ayo Dosunmu. Although I can't say that it would be good for
Dosunmu.
Him too.
We're different players.
Not be good for my lingual abilities if that guy is by the Sixers, because then I have to cover that, and that's not good for me. Josh Primo is another guy I like a lot. So really, what I'm looking for is plus wingspan, guys that can switch across multiple positions, can stay in front of guys, play good team defense, and really can space the floor. I think Trey Murphy is the prototype for that. But we'll see.
What about you, Joey?
Yeah, so I think the back end of this first round really has a lot of potential to be, really deep as far as ball handlers go. Deuce McBride, Jaden Springer, Bones Highland, Josh Primo. There are going to be so many good options by the time 28 rolls around, even if the Sixers do make this pick. But I've made my love for Quentin Grimes at 28 pretty well known throughout the group chat. I just feel like he'd be so perfect because, like, I second what Thiago said. They just need to target complementary guys that can help space the floor and give spot minutes. And I think Quentin Grimes would be perfect in that role. He's on the older side. He had a fantastic year at Houston. He can shoot the lights out. He can create a little bit off the dribble. Nothing too crazy. And he has this, size and mobility to be a relatively stable defender as well. And then And I think he would be a perfect pick at 28 and the perfect kind of guy that they should be targeting in this draft. And then once they get, mid second round, just targeting another, high upside shooter like a Joe Weiskamp would be a good pick for them to make. So that'd be my home run draft.
Yeah, one point on Grimes. Sorry, Chris. Just one point on Grimes because he's going to fall. And people need to remember this guy's a 5-star recruit that went to Kansas. This guy is a high pedigree player. He had a terrible time in Kansas, didn't work out in the Bill Self, and completely remade his game at Houston, man. This guy is exactly the type of player the Sixers target. Experience, can come in and play right away, did it in college. So fits exactly what the Sixers need. They may lose Korkmaz in free agency. He can come in and give you some of those Korkmaz minutes. So that is definitely one thing to keep an eye on at pick 28. I think if the Sixers have that pick and he's on the clock, that'd be one of the names I think you would probably target with that selection.
Yeah, I think that if I had to make a prediction who the Sixers are going to take at 28, I would go with Quentin Grimes. It seems like a guy Daryl would absolutely love. Yeah. Volume 3-point shooter. He can defend his position, might be able to defend probably 1 and 2, I'd assume. And I think that's a really important point from Thiago that he was a top recruit going to Kansas. This guy has a top recruit's pedigree. I just wanted something I did on my podcast with Dibes about Quentin Grimes is you compare him with a guy like Chris Duarte, who looks like he's probably going in the lottery tonight. It looks like he could be going 14 to Golden State. And I think Quentin Grimes is a better prospect. You compare their per 40 stats. Quentin Grimes has the advantage in pretty much every single stat except for steals. I don't think he's quite as good as a defender as Duarte, but I think he's just as good, if not better, at everything else. And he's going to go way later than Duarte. He's 3 years younger, and he was a top recruit. I don't understand what the gap in between Duarte and Grimes is. But one of the other guys I didn't mention because I think he's unrealistic is Cam Thomas. I'm wearing my LSU shirt here. Cam Thomas is my dream scenario. I have him ranked 7th overall on my big board. I think he's going to be gone. I bet under 21.5. So it's a win-win for me. Either he's around for the Sixers maybe, or I hit a bet. So hopefully it doesn't middle between that 22 to 27 spot.
That man is a bucket.
Oh, he's never met a shot he didn't love.
All the guys in the green room are walking out, and they are dressed to the nine, guys. I don't know about you guys. I will never look that cool, no matter
Evan
how hard
Mobley.
I try. It would be. These guys are looking sharp tonight. We are 4 or 5 minutes away from the Detroit Pistons on the clock. Did anybody not go? Everybody got to say their dream draft. Everyone's good there. I want to quickly talk about a trade. Not a Ben Simmons trade. I go back to last year when Daryl Morey shocked us all during this show in the second round when he shipped Josh Richardson and a second-round pick for Seth Curry. And we all know how that went. Seth Curry was absolutely outstanding for the Sixers, especially in that playoffs. It was essentially the Joel Embiid and Seth Curry show, for better or worse. Guys, are there any guys on the roster that you think, not Ben Simmons, could be gone after tonight?
If you ask me, I think eventually they're going to package Tyrese Maxey and try to perhaps get something big. But, that's a high projection. I think that right now, I don't know, maybe somebody else has different intel on that.
Austin, you're muted, man.
My guess would be Isaiah Joe.
Really?
Interesting. All right.
That's what I was thinking. One of the back end bench guys to make salary work if they do a deal like that.
All right. So
our guy, man, can't let our guy go. He barely got a chance to play.
I know, that's your boy. We spent so much time talking about Isaiah Joe this time last year.
Look at Zaire pops.
I gotta tell you,
that is a fit.
Some of these seats are awesome, and some of them are not so much. But some of them are very good. I'll tell you what.
Can we talk about it? Can we talk about Jalen Green bringing back Bill Bottoms?
I would come there. I would come in there with a set of suspenders and just baggy shorts or baggy pants, and I would just be walking around like a loser. That would be me.
Absolute dork.
I'd wear those 80s, 90s baggy pants that are neon, straight 90s. They're just bright neon purple and yellow. Just rock them. Just rock 'em.
I would wear any suit from the 03 draft. Just any suit from that class.
Those baggy suits. Yeah, I remember those back in the day. Those were nice.
All right, so I have to share. This is a tweet notification I got. So it's from Mike. It's from Mike Scotto. So this is the tweet. Spencer Dinwiddie reportedly believes a big three of Beal, Hachimura, and Dinwiddie has potential to become a playoff team.
Man, I'll never mind.
Spencer Dinwiddie thinks he could probably take his own team to the NBA championship. I'm not surprised he thinks that.
No, at least he had, at least he was self-conscious about it and said playoff team and not, title contender.
Yeah, that's true. I will say this: Rui Hachimura, man, had a very good series against the Sixers, playing really well for Team Japan too. So I actually like the fact that they can give Denny, what's the guy's last name? Austin scouted him.
Denny.
That guy looked like a playmaker when we were watching him on tape, and with Russell Westbrook on the court, the guy barely even touches the ball. So maybe there's something there to unlock for them.
So
I do like Hachimura's game, and I do think he's a good player.
He was good. He played very
well.
How
about this deal by Andre? This comment from Andre Waters. We're talking about trades. We're talking about last year Daryl Morey shipped Josh Richardson and a top second-round pick for Seth Curry. How about this trade? Danny Green for Kyle Lowry in a sign and trade. Any thoughts on that, guys?
I don't know why they would do that. I think the argument should be that Toronto is trying to get younger, not older, or not the same, and they shouldn't be taking on additional money for an old guy who wants, by everything I've heard, 2 years at least on his deal. So I don't see the value there.
Me neither.
Okay. William asks, Austin, you dress like Russ. Because you would dress like Russ.
I think I would. I respect Russ. I think he thinks he can pull it off, which is good for him. I don't think anyone can pull off those outfits, but
All right. Here we go, guys. We have made it. Christmas Day is officially here. Adam Silver is at the freaking podium announcing that the draft is officially open. My goodness, Finn, we are not showing the draft. We're just reacting. Come join us. Come react with us. I wonder
Sorry,
if
Finn.
Trey Murphy's going number 1 here, right? To the Detroit Pistons. Trey Murphy here?
I mean, mortal lock.
What I want to understand is how Detroit Joe tweeted this today. Whoa, it's not Joe. Whoa, tweeted this. Detroit has finally arrived at Cade Cunningham as the pick. I'm like,
I know,
right? Have you guys been watching over the last 6 months or whatever, man? Like, the whole show and dance. Like, if I'm Cade Cunningham, like, what are you guys doing, man? Just pick me.
Yeah. I think that was just them trying to be nice and do their due diligence, but I think they knew they were taking it the whole time.
All right. Adam Silver is about to announce that the NBA draft is officially open. I like the setup here tonight. I love the stage. I love the look of this. I like how they introduced the green room players. I'm digging this right now.
It feels like a normal draft again.
I think that's exactly what it is, Joey. I really do. I think it feels right. But anyway, Adam Silver's still talking. He's talking. We have William Booker saying, "Let's go, boys. Let's go." Jalen Suggs falls to the 45 for the Celtics. I love that.
Oh yeah,
that's your boy, Thiago.
William Booker says,
he immediately be their best player, right?
Yeah, he's desperate for a playmaker because he has none with Tatum and Reynolds.
So Fisher from Bleacher Report is saying that the Cavs are still fielding offers for the 3rd pick.
Wow, interesting.
I doubt they trade that though. Mobley is too good to pass up.
Yeah, I heard like Mobley's one of the guys who GMs are most enamored by. Just like that's the highest upside player besides Cade that GM's just thirsting over. So it figures to go for the Cavs to screw up that pick.
William Booker says Adam Silver looks like Lex Luthor. I feel like I could pull off Adam Silver pretty well. If I really wanted to, I could do it.
He just looks like an alien. I mean,
I've been called worse.
No. You're beautiful. I'm not saying you.
Adam Silver says, Jonathan Hilton, not Adam Silver, says, yo. All right, guys, we're getting to the nitty-gritty here. We're waiting for Cade Cunningham to be selected here by the Detroit Pistons. Let's wait to our analysis until it's announced here. Any other vibes here, guys? Like any other Sixers thoughts before the NBA draft is officially underway? Anything, guys?
Did you just call him Cade Cunningham?
Did I say Cade?
You can't be saying anything, Crow. You called Io Dosuma Ayo Dosuma.
Literally Io Dosumu.
To be fair, I probably have Cad Bane on my head. If anybody knows Star Wars, knows exactly who Cad Bane is. But anyway, Cade Cunningham, my goodness. Anyway, cheers, guys. Thank you, everyone here for watching. Thank you, everybody here who's watching right now. In the comments, please join the chat with us. Ask us questions. We're going to be talking NBA draft, talking shop all night long. It's going to be a ton of fun. And always, if you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe. Smash that like button. We've got highlight reels to break out all night long. It's going to be just a blast. This is just straight up Christmas Day. We have Jonathan Hilton asking, Daryl Moore is trying to pull off the trade of the century with Ben Simmons. Ryan Early says Pistons dark horse next year. They got Hayes, Cade, Saku, Grant. Could be a playoff team. Austin Graham says Sixers trade Ben and Seth to Golden State for Dre, Wiggins 7 and 14. Woo!
No.
Interesting. No. Absolutely
no.
No.
I just thought of it because it did just pop up on the screen here. I love the Pistons, younger core. I actually think that they did a good job getting, a bunch of solid guys. They're going to get Cade right now. Then they have Killian Hayes, Sadiq Bey, Isaiah Stewart, and Jeremy Grant broke out. They have some nice pieces, man.
Yeah, I agree. I think they finally went down the process route and they're paying the dividends of that. I do wonder what the fit is with Killian Hayes is going to be like with Cade. I mean, Cade is that ball handling point forward, playmaker type. And when I watched Killian Hayes, I saw some of the same things. So how they're going to coexist is going to be interesting. But I'm high on Hayes. I'm high on Cade. I'm high on Jeremy Grant playing more off the ball. I mean, Jeremy had a good year last year, but he's not the kind of playmaker that, Cade is for sure.
And then Isaiah Stewart, that he's a good the ideal interior presence for them too.
Yep, absolutely.
Getting Bay and Stewart last year with those late picks helps them an absolute ton. Even though I was high on Killian Hayes, so I can't talk too much smack, but I do not like the early returns, especially with how Halliburton looked, who went after Hayes. So I do kind of think, not to put Killian Hayes down at all, because I'm not giving up on him. The dude's still really young. But it does kind of remind me a little bit of when people were like, well, what do you do with Dennis Smith Jr. when you take Luka Doncic? So that is something that it reminds me a bit of. I think Killian Hayes will probably end up on another team, if I had to guess, within the next year or two.
But I love Saddiq Bey. I think he's gonna be in the league for a while.
Yeah, they nailed that pick. I didn't think Saddiq would be that good that early, or if at all. I mean, he's a legitimate piece now. So.
Yeah, I had him as I believe I had him like 6th overall last year. So I was absurdly high. While he was falling, I was screaming at everyone to take him. But I absolutely love the guy.
All right, how about this question? Besides Joel Embiid, who is your number one? Here's your one trade untouchable for the Sixers, Austin. Who, other than Joel, who would you not trade?
Outside of that,
It's a good question. It's a really good question.
No, I know my answer. I know my answer, but I think you all would, or I think it would not garner the applause that I think it would be worth. But
Just say it.
Tobias Harris.
wow.
Yeah, I figured you were going there.
Are those sort of basketball?
Is it untouchable or kind of untradeable?
No, I think it's that the guy holds the team together in a lot of ways. He's really good with building relationships within the team. I mean, people hate the guy. He had a really good year last year.
Here we go.
All right, pick is in. I'm not even gonna guess who Mark's untouchable is. It's definitely Dwight Howard. 100%.
Yeah, right. No, I don't think that there's an untouchable player on the team. I really don't. I think any player on this team can be had for the right situation. Like if you were to tell me that, I think they're announcing the pick right here. I have no idea who they're going to pick personally, but in terms of who's untouchable, I think it just matters on what the trade is. Like you can't tell me that if they traded like Ben for Pascal and OG or whatever it may be or whatever that is, and they still have a need for a guard, and then they went out and traded Tobias for a Brogdon or a CJ McCollum type. I think that doesn't make him untradeable. I think the best contract we have is Seth Curry. I think that's an amazing value contract. So I would rather keep that around. We know how he fits with Joel. So I would actually say Seth Curry is probably my most untradeable guy.
All right,
Woj is already breaking out that. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Hold on. Wait. Cade Cunningham is officially picked here for the Detroit Pistons. Cade Cunningham, anybody want to break down the fit with Detroit Lions? And anybody want to give a grade to this selection?
The fit with the Detroit Lions, he's going to be a good running back. He split out of the backfield. We talked about it. I think this guy is their now point guard of the future. I love the size, ball handling profile. A guy can rebound, really push the pace. I expect Detroit to play much faster now than they have in the past. And really, I think, getting Jeremy Grant off the ball, I think is going to help Jeremy even more, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And I think, they can run out spread, pick and roll. Cade really needs space as a ball handler, and he's going to get that with Detroit. So with Saddiq Bey and all the guys they have on the roster. So I think the fit's going to be phenomenal. The question I have, we talked about, is with Killian Hayes, what they're going to do with him moving forward, because it seems to be some of the same stuff going on between both of those players.
Anybody have thoughts on Cade Cunningham to the Pistons?
Yeah, I think Cade Cunningham is the cleanest number one pick prospect since 2012. I'm not necessarily he's the best. I think Zion and Cade is a tough conversation. Cade's a lot more of a sure thing and a lot cleaner of a prospect. Zion was made a really interesting prospect because of what he was defensively, and that never really has came through in the NBA. I have no doubts with Cade. I think he's solid in pretty much every area. I don't really know what the weakness is. People want to point at a lack of athleticism, but I think you'd be hard pressed to go out and watch him play and tell me what plays hurt him with his lack of athleticism. Maybe it's different at the next level, but you have to also consider that he was playing on a team with no one. He was playing on a team with 2 non-shooters on the floor at all times. I think this is a Luka Doncic level player. I think he's going to come in and average similar numbers to what you saw from Luka his rookie year, so close to like that, 21 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds range. I think that's something you can expect from Cade right away. He was uber efficient in college on a terrible team. I expect him to be just as efficient in the NBA.
We're getting some questions here.
Wait. The Dodgers are progressing towards a deal that would send right-hander Max Scherzer and star shortstop Trey Turner from the Nationals.
Max Scherzer.
What?
Wow, it looked like he was going to the Padres. Scherzer. Wow.
Trey Turner too. That's
And
wild.
they get Trey Turner. I mean, he has Harvey right now though. So
What a loser!
Wow,
No, I'm joking.
man,
He's an amazing player.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Let's go to this comment. Oh, anybody have any other thoughts on Cade Cunningham? 3 minutes left for the Cleveland Cavaliers. They are on the clock. Any thoughts on Cade Cunningham before we move on?
yeah, I mean, he's clearing away the best player in this draft. I mean, Pistons would have been dumb to either trade out of it or just pass over. I mean, he is going to be the face of this franchise for years to come. So it was a no-brainer pick.
Yep. That was like we said this during the show earlier. Like that, Woj announcing that. Oh my gosh, the Detroit Pistons will select Cade Cunningham like a couple hours ago. That was a big joke. That was just an LOL moment for a lot of us here. So the Cleveland Cavaliers are on the clock. 2.5 minutes remaining. Maddie has a question.
Houston Rockets are on the
Oh
clock.
my gosh, I'm sorry, Houston Rockets. Maddie says, are you hoping the Sixers pick at 28 or a trade back or a trade up tonight? Any quick thoughts on that?
I'll answer the question by saying what I do not want the Sixers to do, which is trading that pick for a veteran who's going to come in and handle the ball as a backup point guard. It's going to take away Maxi's minutes. I think Maxi's development next year is going to be very important for the Sixers because I do think he could potentially be the team's starting point guard. So I don't want the Sixers to trade up and get a vet who's kind of getting in the way, like a Tyus Jones type player. Like the Sixers should not be in the business of doing that. Yes, there are guys who I think they're in, if they fall in that 25, 24, 23 range, are better fits and better players. Absolutely. A guy like, for instance, we talked about Duarte. I mean, Duarte's being talked about like the top 15 pick, but if he's in that 20, 21, 22 range, maybe he's a guy worth moving up for. Trey Murphy, another guy we talked about moving up for. But outside of that, I think they could be perfectly okay sitting 28 and making a good selection.
Yeah, my take from that would just be I don't want to trade up. I think there's more than enough guys that are going to fall here. When you just look at it seems like there's no chance all of Grimes, Highland, and McBride all go in that first. It seems like at least one of them is falling to the second round. So it would be hard pressed. I'd be hard pressed to trade up knowing that one of them are going to be on the board just because I think there is that top 25 I think is really strong in this draft.
Yeah, this draft class is deep, so there's no need to do something brash and try and trade up.
Yeah. All right. So I think a good chunk of us here are let the cards play out and let's see who's available here at 28 for the Sixers. I fully agree. I'm not going to lie, though. If we're at like pick 20, 21, 22, 23, and my boy Trey Murphy is there or like a Trey Mann is there, I will be – guys, you're going to be making fun of me because I'm literally going to be having heart attacks.
Deebs, I hate the Rocket world, but he's going to be gone before then.
All right, here we go. Houston Rockets are about to make their selection. Adam Silver's at the podium to announce the pick. Here it is.
With a wild hairdo and suit.
Nice. Jalen Green from the NBA G League Ignite. Yes.
The Westbrook trade is official.
Woo!
Says who?
So it's Russ, a 2024 second rounder, a 2028 second rounder to the Lakers for Kuzma, KCP, Harrell, and number 22.
Wow. Wow. Russell Westbrook to LA is official, guys.
So the Lakers. Oh, sorry.
Austin Krell, the source was good.
The Lakers still have Schroeder to use as a sign and trade if they do want to try to go get Buddy Hield. I'm not sure if they have any
That's
picks.
what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if they have any pick assets left really to deal with Schroeder to make that like appealing for Sacramento to just give up Hield. But if they were going to give him up for Kuzma and Harrell anyway, it doesn't seem like that's much different.
All right, guys, we have Jalen Green here to the Houston Rockets. Any thoughts, grades on this selection for the Houston Rockets?
Yeah, my only thought is I think Jalen Green and Evan Mobley are both really good. I don't envy the guy who has to make that decision. I think it's really hard. I think Evan Mobley has the chance to be Chris Bosh, and I think Jalen Green has the chance to be, Bradley Beal in that level of player. I think both of those are pretty fair comps for those guys. So what would you prefer as a GM? I think that's a tough decision. I think Evan Mobley's a better prospect by very slight, like a razor thin margin for me. But I cannot criticize the Rockets for making the pick for Jalen Green. His upside is remarkably high.
Yeah, don't sleep on Houston, man, because they got Kevin Porter Jr. last year. Kevin Porter Jr., man, he showed some promise. He had a 50-point game. Christian Wood should have been an all-star or close to an all-star. That team's got something going on, and in my opinion, they botched that Harden trade pretty badly. So they have some assets and picks to work with, and they have some young guys now to play around with. So that team is trending up all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I think Jalen Green is the ideal focal point for that offense going forward. And keep in mind too, they have 23 and 24, so they have a couple more opportunities to continue to maybe swing some upside picks and continue to add depth to what they're doing. They're in no rush to get to playoff contention right now. So they should be picking for upside and picking for the future.
All right. Any other thoughts on Jalen Green before we move on to more comments here? Going once, going twice, going three times. Jonathan Hill says, who do you want the Sixers to draft? We kind of already talked about this earlier in the show. A lot of us are very high on Quentin Grimes. A lot of us are very high on Cam Thomas, Trey Mann if he falls. So Nashawn Highland, that's my guy. There's a lot of just kind of ball handlers' wings. Jared Butler's another one that could potentially fall. Fingers crossed. But we're pretty much unanimous that we're hoping that one of these guys falls to number 28, and I think there is a really good shot at that. All right, so. Anyway, the Cleveland Cavaliers are officially on the clock. 2 minutes remaining here. Evan Mobley, right? Evan Mobley.
Yep, and what I kept interrupting is because Woj has been going ham with his thesaurus so far with leaking these picks. This is the tweet that he sent out. Cleveland has imagined USC 7-footer Evan Mobley playing on a front line with Jared Allen. Teams have tried to trade up to 3, but Cavaliers are keeping it. He's going overboard with it right now.
Yeah.
I don't get why they do that, to be honest, but
I think he's having a midlife crisis.
He got duped earlier. Wait, we haven't even addressed the Buddy Hield era in LA that lasted all of about 15 minutes.
I know. I already missed the Buddy Hield era in LA. Cheers.
As a close personal friend of Adrian Wojnarowski, I will not sit here and accept this slander for my man. I cannot sit here and accept it.
Yeah, dude, he got.
Hey, man.
He blocks the most random people on Twitter. Guys with 50 followers will get blocked, and you're like, why would Woj block me?
Pick is in for the Cleveland Cavaliers here. We're just waiting for them to announce, a certain center. But then I think the pick after this is where it gets really interesting. Yeah. That's where we're just waiting for, especially Shams to ruin all this stuff. So, that is an interesting move by the Washington Wizards to think they're going to build around Bradley Beal here moving forward. What are the Wizards doing, Austin? Do you agree with what they're trying to do here? What's their plan?
To suck less, I guess.
All right, Evan Mobley to the Cleveland Cavaliers is official here. That means Toronto, I guess, is on the clock here. So, this is where it's going to get fun. This is where it's going to get fun. A lot of people, at least among us here, think Jalen Suggs. We will see. We will see. But I haven't seen anything announced yet from Woj or Shams here regarding the number 4 pick. So we are waiting. We are waiting. We are waiting. Let's go to this question, Tiago. Who is your most underrated player in the draft?
I mean, there's a lot to pick from. I'll go to a guy who's probably in the second round called Kessler Edwards.
Oh, nice.
I think that the fact that he played at a very small school, so Pepperdine, if you guys don't know, West Coast, Malibu. If you ever want to check out a beautiful campus, go to Pepperdine. It's one of the most beautiful campuses in the world. And the fact that he's a good player playing on a campus like that I give him a thumbs up because it's impossible to focus when you're down there. The sun is huge in the mountains. No, that's not why. He's just one of those guys, man. I mean, if you get over the fact that, he played at a small school, he just has all the tools NBA teams look for. So that prototypical 3-and-D player, right? Shot, defense, switchability. He brings all of that. And I think that teams are going to undervalue the fact that he played for Pepperdine, and they're going to miss on quite a player that possibly, for me, should be a first-round selection. So I think Kessler Edwards is one of the guys who's going to be available in the second round that makes sense for the Sixers or any team looking for a 3-and-D type prospect.
Yeah, awesome. Most underrated player. I don't know, man. I'm going to go Trey Murphy. Like,
he's not going top 20.
You think so? I just saw a mock where he's like in the 20s. So
the Knicks are really in love with him.
Really?
Yeah.
Trey Murphy's a guy that just screams off tape. I'm just shocked that teams aren't like enamored by his skill set to like make him a lottery pick. So Trey Murphy's a guy that I would say is underrated a little bit. Nicholas says Russ to Lakers. That is official. Unbelievable. Philly RB says Ben Simmons is staying. This is
not what I expected.
I don't love that decision.
Wow.
What?
Wow. They're gonna go Scotty Barnes.
Is weird.
What?
Toronto's
Scotty Barnes.
Scotty Barnes?
But that's Toronto. Yeah, do not put it past them. That's what they do, man. Like Scotty Barnes, that's what they do. I would not be surprised this guy becomes an all-star in like 2 years. I'm just saying.
I hate that pick.
I don't like it, but that's what they do, man. They think outside the box.
That also, apparently Orlando absolutely covets Jalen Suggs. Like they thought that they weren't going to be able to get a chance with Toronto. I heard that they were trying to. I forget what podcast I heard it from, but that Orlando was desperately trying to move up with Toronto for 4. So good. It looks like Orlando's going to get their guy at 5.
Wow. There was only one mock draft within the last week that had Barnes going to Toronto. I think it was Bleacher Report that had Barnes at 4. Every single mock draft for the last 3 weeks has had Suggs going 4.
Another trade here. Indiana is sending number 54, 60, and 2 future seconds to Milwaukee for number 31. All I'm saying is number 50, number 53, and 2 future seconds for the 32nd pick sounds interesting to a guy like me. I don't know.
That's what I was saying earlier. I would love to do that move. That's exactly where I think they could get a really good complementary piece there, like Miles McBride or something. A lot of really strong guys there, floor spacers, wings, our stretch bigs are all right there in that high second round. Jalen Suggs fall into 45.
I mean, everyone talks about Jalen Suggs being a first-round pick before the season started. Now, he's not a first-round pick. First pick in the draft, sorry. But for Orlando to get him at 5, man, that's quite a steal. This guy –
That's a steal.
Was that?
Wow.
Yeah,
I love that for Orlando.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, now you got a true ball handler, point guard type. I mean, that's what they need on that team, man. All apologies to Markel Fultz.
Cole Anthony. Well, he's the perfect hybrid of Markel and Cole Anthony. Cole Anthony's more, the shot creator, scorer, and Markel is, the defensive minded guy. So he's the perfect combination.
Yeah.
But this is a This caught me off guard.
Yeah, we're waiting. They're taking their time. The Toronto Raptors are taking their time here to make the announcement.
Something I want to say on Scotty Barnes. A lot of people are getting really excited comparing him to Ben Simmons. I don't think he's got the playmaking of a Ben Simmons. I know that his assist turnover ratio is pretty good. There's a reason this guy was a sixth man on Florida State. Like there's a reason he can't shoot the ball at all. There's absolutely no hope that this guy develops a jumper, in my opinion. I know Toronto. I know they're a great organization. I think Masai's the best GM in basketball, so I'm not one who doubts Masai very often. I had Scotty Barnes ranked as my 15th best player. He's probably one of the three players in the draft that I'm like most lower on than consensus. I think his absolute upside is Ben Simmons while shooting like 30% on like 2 attempts from 3. And I don't think he's as good of a playmaker. I don't necessarily think he's as quick laterally in terms of defensively. I think he's a jack of all trades, master of none, personally. I think he's really athletic. I thought he was going to go waste away in Orlando like Aaron Gordon, kind of. But Toronto is definitely a better fit for him, for sure.
Dude, he's rocking that white.
He's probably already better than Ben Simmons, right?
Yeah, if you listen to some of Sixers Twitter, for sure.
I do think Barnes. He's going to be a good player. He's too good of a defender and too good of a facilitator to not be.
We all watch Siakam shoot the ball his rookie year. I mean, I will not give that guy a chance. And now we saw him last year, 2 years ago. I mean, the guy's a completely different player. That French, there's something in that water, man. I would not be surprised. Barnes is shooting like 40% from deep in a couple years.
Woj is on one with these tweets. Should I read it out or no for Orlando?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. With Scotty Barnes off the board, Orlando has Jalen Suggs on top of its draft board at number 5. What? Man, it's so bizarre.
This is just crazy that the draft has shaped out this well for Orlando to start off.
I'm happy for Orlando. I really am. They've had some shit luck, man.
Yeah, they have.
If you're Orlando,
they have Carter Williams. They have a bunch of good shooting.
If you're Orlando and you're looking at the number 8 pick and you think Kuminga is a special talent, why not try to move up a pick or two and try to pair Kuminga and Suggs? I'm not necessarily the highest on Kuminga, but I thought he might fall to 8 with them taking Scotty Barnes, and I wasn't sure how Barnes and Kuminga would fit together. I don't really have too many concerns about how Suggs and Kuminga would fit together, and that would be quite a haul in terms of getting the 5th and 8th pick and getting Jalen Suggs and Jonathan Kuminga to some.
So now at 8 they have options because one, I know there were reports that they were linked to Alperen Sengun because they view him as possibly a successor to Niko Vucevic. But I would love them to take Moses Moody at 8, just get a plug into 3-and-D guy to spot up from out the perimeter and guard perimeter players. I think he'd be a perfect fit for them at 8.
Yes,
I would like him to drop to Philly. So that way we can listen to sports radio for the next 8 months, confuse Moses Moody with Moses Malone.
If Marv Albert was commentating for another year, he would absolutely do that.
Oh, God.
I think I have Moses Moody 8th overall, so I would like that pick even more than I would like Kuminga, who I have 10th. But I think Moses Moody would be the perfect fit at 7 for Golden State. I think Moody's problem is he gets a little too passive at times. He's for such a good scorer, there is a lot of time out there where you're like, wait, Moses Moody's been playing for the last 10 minutes? I don't know if that was just something about the Arkansas system. But on Golden State, that wouldn't kill you as much as it would on some other teams if they're just able to dust off Moses Moody for when he has those games where he's going off and he's the best player on the court. I think he would fit really well in Golden State at 7.
But the thing is, too, if you're Golden State and based on what we've been reading for the last couple of weeks, if Kuminga does end up there at 7, is he that upside might be too good for them to pass up?
Yeah, I heard on a podcast that they were thinking that about a week ago, and there was the rumor that in the last couple of days there's been a growing feeling in the Warriors front office that he's further and further away. So they're not quite sure how soon Kuminga will get there and if he'll get there fast enough for it to matter. There was some people saying, maybe they go Kuminga at 7 and then Duarte at 14, where you kind of split the difference, where you take your upside swing, but you also go and get a guy who could help you win right now. I could see Golden State doing anything. They're one of those organizations who I won't put anything past them.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because they're in win now. Why you think, right? Wow,
Yeah.
So like you're looking for a player that can kind of come in and give you some minutes right away, and Moody's definitely that. I like Corey Kispert there, not with the 7th, perhaps the 14th. I think he'd be a great fit there as well, but they have a lot of options for sure.
Yeah, and I would think Kuminga and Duarte is a pretty good, package to come out of this draft with. Because, like, with Kuminga, you see the ball handling and the shot creation, but the results just haven't been there. And he's also crazy athletic for his size. So, do you pass that up for a win-now guy, Moody, and then maybe try to bet your hand that Davion Mitchell falls to 14?
Man.
They have choices to make.
We're going to disagree on Davion Mitchell. I know we are.
Yeah, I'm with Joey on Davion Mitchell. I love Davion Mitchell.
Do we need to have a dialogue right now about Davion Mitchell?
I guess we'll wait when we get there.
If you like Davion, you're going to love Donovan.
I've seen some of the most irrational player comparisons over the last few weeks.
I'll tell you what. I think Davion Mitchell is either a rich man's Marcus Smart or a homeless man's Donovan Mitchell. I can't figure out what the better comp is there. Probably Marcus Smart. I lean rich man's Marcus Smart. But I don't think I believe in the shot from his junior year. So, I mean, we'll get to Davion Mitchell when we get there. But who's up next here at 6? Is this OKC?
Well, we have to get through Orlando first. But yeah, we have. Yeah, we got OKC coming up after Orlando, and all the reports that have been out say that OKC has been really high on Book Night for the last few weeks. So I know you have some thoughts on Book Night.
I like how Chris says he's going to go make a drink and he comes back with a dog.
And I got a dog. Oh, man. Yo, get that Velveeta cheese and milk in there.
Oh, nice. We're getting that.
Wait, Thiago, you said that you were a little you're a little mad on Book Night, or?
I'll be honest, I didn't do a lot of deep dive on Book Night. I liked them at UConn, but I mean, I know
Jalen Suggs.
Mark did a lot of the deep dives on the top end guys. He may have a different opinion on that.
I'm happy. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I have Book Night 9th. I like Book Night a lot, but I do think that there are valid concerns out there. I think that the most valid concern for me is that everyone loves to flaunt Book Night's playmaking and how he's able to create for others. And I think that's a bit overblown. You look at the assist turnover ratio, it doesn't necessarily favor Book Night. I know he was on a bad team there at UConn, but when you watched him, I didn't necessarily think, this guy's just a playmaker for others. He's able to create for himself. But a lot of people seem to think that, he can be a playmaker at the next level and he can be, a secondary ball handler. I have some concerns, especially since he's not a better three-point shooter than he is, or a more efficient three-point shooter than he is. But there's obviously a lot there, and NBA teams have reported that his shot looks amazing in workouts. So if his shot is legitimate, if he's like a sharpshooter, if he's a legitimate 3-and-D guy, then I understand why he's highly touted, and that's why I have him 9th instead of a little bit lower.
Yeah, and I mean that's what everybody's saying, that in these workouts his shot was looking really good. And to give him credit, he did have an odd year. He was hurt for a little bit there, so that probably messed with his consistency with his shot, and that's probably why his numbers are so down. But you see with his ball handling, he can create for himself, and he's super explosive, so he can live above the rim when he gets to the hole. So I do think he's a good complementary. He's a good backcourt mate with SGA going forward. That's if OKC decides to stick with SGA for the future, but he'll be a good guy in the backcourt with him.
Yeah, I could see a lot of Clarkson in his game. I could see him being a Clarkson level type player. So I think some people, if you're taking him at 6th, I'd imagine that you're hoping for a little bit better than Jordan Clarkson. Not that Jordan Clarkson's a bad player. I think he won 6th Man of the Year this year, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't necessarily think that that's what you're hoping for with the 6th overall pick. But maybe that's the median outcome.
Yeah, that is maybe the one rational player comparison that I've seen. But like you said, Jordan Clarkson's still a good player, even if that's not maybe the highest upside outcome that he could possibly come out with. But it's still good, still a risk worth taking.
For sure.
Hankathon projects his 3-point shooting to come out at 35%. I'm not sure that would do it for him as a prospect at 35%. It's not. I don't know.
What'd you say, Krell? Or Austin?
Below league average.
Yeah, where was league average at this year?
37, right?
36.7.
Yeah.
37. Okay, I couldn't remember.
Yeah, I mean that's.
But I mean, if it's on higher volume, then you could probably get away with it. But
Yeah, if he's 35% on higher volume, I think that's a win. Even if it's below league average, because I think he was like 32% last year. Now he did have an injury. I think it was either a wrist or a shoulder. I can't quite remember. But so that could definitely affect your shooting. So Bouknight's a hard player to project. I see the upside. I have him ranked one spot above Kuminga, and I imagine those are the two guys OKC is really deciding between here. So, if I had to decide between those two guys, I would edge Bouknight just because I think he's a more sure thing than Kuminga is, and I do see the upside. So I would go Bouknight, but it's neither pick here is something that's going to really wow me. And OKC really missed out being outside of the top 5 and missing out on a guy like Suggs falling to 5, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And, that's sort of the thing that kind of had me surprised that has, the Thunder linked to Bouknight, because Bouknight could probably, if he ended up on Golden State, he could come off as a microwave scorer right off the bat and contribute, because that's something that they desperately needed. And you'd figure Kuminga would be the pick that OKC would go with, because they're not going to be in playoff. They're not going to be a playoff team or relevant, anytime soon. So they can afford to take the risk on Kuminga. So that's why it's a little, I guess, surprising for me that they would go with Bouknight here, if they go with Bouknight.
We're waiting for Woj to tweet it. I don't even know I have my TV on. I just follow on Twitter.
Yeah, I can't wait to read what my screen time was by the end of the night.
Whoa!
All right.
Surprise! It's going to be a surprise.
Oh, we got a surprise coming up for OKC.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I might duck out because the Australians might come kill me.
Oh, here we go.
Mark, I'm so sorry, Mark.
I might duck out, BRB.
I'm so sorry, Mark.
Funny.
You're going to love this one.
We did it. No, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
I hate that pick more than I hate the Scotty Barnes pick by a lot. By a lot. Oh, my God. That's the worst draft pick. Honestly, in the last 5 years, I don't remember a top 10 pick disgusting me as much as this Josh Giddey pick in the moment.
Mark, listen to this lineup.
Memphis must be heated right now. They traded up to 10 to try to get this guy.
Oh, my God.
You trade for Ben Simmons. Now you got Ben Simmons, Lou Dort, and Josh Giddey.
You got Poku? I can't believe Josh Giddey just went 6. That's so goddamn funny. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God. By the way, you mentioned Poku. He made me laugh every time I watched him play. He's
hilarious. Thinks he's a point guard, and he's like 7'1".
Get the
point Poku is where it's at.
No, it's great. It's league pass material 100%.
Wow, that's very surprising. Maybe they're getting Ben Simmons' friend down there.
Yep. Shea coming to Philly.
Oh my God. I think I'd rather Shea than pretty much anyone except for Lillard. Like anyone, like I'd rather Shea than Beal. I'd rather Shea than Levine. I don't think that. I think Shea being available is being overblown. I think he was available for Cade Cunningham. That's really the only concrete report I've heard of them shopping him. There was rumors with Cleveland, but I don't think that that's real. So I think that that's overblown. But I would absolutely love Shea. Giddey might be a different.
I can't believe this.
Giddey might be a different dude. He has absolutely no hope of ever being a good shooter in the NBA from 3, in my opinion. And he has absolutely no hope of being a multi-positional defender in the NBA. He's a 6'8" point guard who I don't think is fast enough to cover guards or rangy enough to cover wings. I just don't get it. He's got really good vision, phenomenal vision. Ricky Rubio, Rajon Rondo level vision. Nothing. I literally don't see another thing about his basketball game that entices me personally.
You say he's the best passer in the draft?
Probably, yeah. I would think so. I would have to think about it. I mean, I think Suggs is a really, really underrated passer, and I think that it didn't necessarily show because Gonzaga had so many guys last year. I think Jalen Suggs might be a better passer, but it's close.
Yeah.
My God, they're going to be getting weird in OKC. a Poku, SGA, and Giddey trio running out there.
At some point, like Adam Silver's got to step in, right? Because they're not really building a team.
Don't get me
Being
started.
weird.
They're doing
Don't
this
get me
thing they did like
started.
5 years ago, right? Just throwing a bunch of people on the court and losing games. That's what they're doing.
I can't
No,
be
it's
the
been
only,
10 years.
I can't be the only one that thinks that Josh Giddey looks like he shotguns natural light, right?
And smashes it on his head after.
Hey, he's an Aussie, so it wouldn't surprise me.
He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's got drafted 6th overall to the NBA. But that hair, that kid 100% was wearing like a cotton Vineyard Vines t-shirt to a high school party and was just shotgunning Natty Light and passing out after the 3 of them.
All I'm saying is, whoever is Josh Giddey's agent, everyone should hire this man. The fact that this guy just went 6th, everyone should hire Josh Giddey's agent. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
That's,
Oh man.
Oh,
All right.
man.
All right, so
Now-
we're getting to the
I mean,
Golden State Warriors. Let's talk
now I
about
want to
Golden
see.
State.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Joey. Go ahead.
Now, yeah. So now, wow, my mock draft was trash. So, wow. So I'm so curious to see how this pans out now.
Golden State Warriors are on the board. Kuminga, guys.
Golden State.
I don't know. I really don't know.
I don't know now.
I think it could be Davion. I think it could be Kuminga. I think it could be Moody. I think it could be Booknight. I think those are probably the 4 likely guys. I don't know.
I'm gonna go Book Night. I don't think they want a ball stopper. I think they want somebody to just come in and shoot. Davion is gonna be kind of a ball stopper in my opinion. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Moses
they
Moody,
could-
although it's kind of high.
I think Moody's the pick. If I had to say who they should pick, but
yeah, they could go immediate contributor and go with Moody. I know that Davion was the popular pick for them at 7, but I don't think they're going to go with Davion. But I mean, he'd be useful for them. But I'll go with Moody. I think because he's been linked to them for a couple weeks now.
Yeah.
Boston Superfan says the Thunder probably view Giddey as LaMelo Ball. So
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see what are they building out there? I mean,
LaMelo Ball can shoot.
yeah,
LaMelo Ball can shoot, and he
What
can
if
always shoot.
What if he's like TJ McConnell, but like better, bigger?
That's a hell of a 6th pick. TJ McConnell.
And that's a
at
waste of
6'8".
6'8".
Yeah, I think he's a 6'8" Ricky Rubio with less shooting and less creation for himself to score.
I think Sam Presti might get fired if that ends up being the case.
Golden State going with Kuminga. If they
Kuminga.
keep it, it says. So I don't know.
So
Maybe
they're
not.
still discussing trades. Yeah.
Woj might just be covering his ass at this point because of you people coming at him. He's got to be careful. All the heathens online are trying to take him down and cancel him. I'm just joking. I'm a Woj guy.
So now I'm trying to think about, where does Book Night end up now, since Golden State is obviously going with Kuminga.
you think they get Kuminga?
No, they did. They announced it, or Woj tweeted it
Mark,
out.
you gotta ruin it, bruh.
I don't know what Giddey shot 38% from 3 means, but he didn't in the NBL at least.
I think the feel-good story of the night so far is the Orlando Magic.
Yeah.
I'm happy they got a stud. I'm happy to see them positively moving forward with their youth movement. I'm happy for the Magic.
For sure, absolutely, and they have a lot of options here at 8.
Yeah, I mean, if Golden State really is taking, Golden State is going to be taking Kuminga here. I still think they should go with Moody because that's a plug-in guy that they can continue to build around, going forward.
You'll hear me say this about the next 10 teams because I don't think he's going for the next 10 picks. But at this point, I like Jalen Johnson to every team. So you can just instead of me saying that every time, just know that I think he should go every pick. But I would love him here because Orlando has nothing nothing to lose. You can swing for upside with Johnson since you just got a home run in Jalen Suggs. But I love Jalen Johnson. That's probably my most underrated player in the draft, even though he's probably going to go top 20.
It does the off the court stuff must be really bad for to be talked about at 20. It's incredible.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Bad.
Yeah. I'm not worried about it. I personally, from my information, I think it has. The high school thing means nothing to me. I think like half the class generally transfers high schools and goes to multiple high schools, so that doesn't mean anything to me. The college thing, I think if I had to chalk it up to anything, it's Coach K not being able to translate to young players. He ruined Zion Williamson's college year by letting RJ Barrett be the focal point of the team. I think he's a terrible coach. He doesn't relate to young players anymore. So I think it's good that he retired. So I'm choosing as a Coach K hater to put a lot of the blame on that.
I mean, yeah, with Jalen Johnson, you see the flashes, especially in the open court, because he's so athletic and he's a good playmaker in his own right. He's a good ball handler, but it's just everything else is just questionable.
I think he's one of the best defenders in the draft.
This is really good.
I mean, we saw that with Tatum, man. Like, I don't want to talk up Tatum because I know Boston fan is in the house, but I mean, as soon as he put on the Celtics uniform, he's a completely different player, man. Completely different player.
I see so much.
Uh-oh.
Talk about another pick I hate.
Oh, wow.
I hate every pick. You telling me a guy named Franz just went 8th? I'm sorry. I can't do it. This is terrible.
I typically don't judge by name, but
Franz?
I'm not a Franz guy.
Franz.
So evidently, this is why I'm not a GM. This is why I'm not a GM.
I don't think Franz Wagner is the top 10 player in the NBA draft. I don't know.
You can see why his game is attractive to teams that need a stretch big.
Yeah, but like I'll go back and look.
Is he stretched?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like 6'8". He's like 6'9". You could play him at the stretch 4.
But to be a stretch, you have to make threes. Dude's never shot above like 34% from 3. I'm not someone who like yells about how 3-and-D is a fake label a lot. Franz Wagner's the fakest 3-and-D guy I've ever seen. And obviously he's a good defender. If you watched Michigan last year, it's not like he was an impact defender. It's not like he was jumping off the screen, changing the game on the defensive side of the ball. He was a solid team defender. The 3-and-D label for Franz Wagner is as generous as I've ever heard.
So he shot 32% on 234 career attempts, right?
Not a small sample size.
Yeah, it's not a small sample size. And when I watched him, Michigan, like the value that I saw in him as potential like a lottery pick was like he does a lot of ball handling on the pick and roll, and he's a pretty good passer, good vision. But like, he's not going to be doing that in Orlando, man. Now that you got Suggs and you got other guys, so if Orlando drafted him based on the idea he's going to stretch the floor, like they may be stretching a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they see him as a pick and pop guy or a guy that can facilitate on occasion, either at the elbow or at the top of the.
Yeah.
But
let's look at the board right now. Like who's out there right now for them to draft, right? So you have Bouknight who didn't go yet, right? Moody. Like if you want to stretch the court, like you got Moody out there, man. You know, like I don't know. I just don't know.
I would have loved it. I mean, Wagner would have been a better. I had Wagner going to Sacramento because Sacramento really, really could have used him. To pair with Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox.
Well, they got their guy Suggs. I mean, you can't complain.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy that they got Suggs.
I saw the pick with Magic here. Everyone see the pick?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate that pick nearly as much as I hate the Barnes and the Giddey picks. But I think it's hard for me to see why Franz Wagner is this vaunted prospect. I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, he's white. He must be able to shoot. I mean, we'll fix the 32% 3-point shot on over 200 attempts later.
Franz Wagner must have like ran over Mark's dog back in the day.
I think I was kinder to Franz Wagner than Josh Giddey, to be fair.
Oh,
I gotta
dude,
say,
you
the
didn't
biggest
even have
loser-
Josh Giddey on your top 30.
Oh, dude, I still wouldn't. I still wouldn't. I cannot stand him as a prospect. He won't play a meaningful minute for the next 2 years, in my opinion. And I think that there's about a 3% chance or less that he ever makes an All-Star game.
I have to
So
say,
who
so
do
far,
you dislike more, Josh Giddey or Dwight Howard?
The Dwight Howard thing is so overblown. By the way, Mike Levin on the podcast with you pretty much said everything I was saying for the entire year about how not having a stretch big completely cost them in the playoffs. And you look at the plus minus in every single game that we lost, Dwight Howard was over a -10. But whatever. I was right. It's fine.
But here's the thing, like
These are
it
all
only cost
crazy
him-
numbers that I don't believe in.
It's not fugazi. It's absolutely factual. I mean, he was over a -10 in every game we lost to Atlanta, and it was evident. It was evident for the entire season. He had the worst on-off numbers in the entire team. And by the way, I'm fine with Dwight Howard coming back this year.
No,
I'm fine with it because Ben Simmons is probably not going to be here. You're going to have point guards who can actually shoot. You can't play Ben Simmons with Dwight Howard. It's not rocket science. I can't believe it took a full year for an NBA head coach who's probably going to be in the Hall of Fame one day to see that. And he just kept sticking his middle finger up in the air at advanced stats and saying, I'm gonna, do what I want to do, even though it's failed time and time again. It's pretty unbelievable.
But it wasn't just him, right? Because the Sixers lost the Toronto series partially because they didn't have another stretch big on the court.
I don't think it's partially. I think that's the number one reason that we lost that series.
They missed the chance to win an NBA title 2 years ago, and then doubled down on their nonsense this year. It's remarkable.
Yeah, it is remarkable. It's unbelievable that we went into the playoffs with one backup big. And just to go get George Hill, he was unbelievable.
They could have really got like Luke Cornett. I would have been perfectly happy with that.
I was praying for Luke Cornett. Oh my God, Dwayne Dedman.
So far, the biggest loser tonight is Mark's big board, and definitely Memphis because they traded up, and right after they traded up, all the talk was that they're trading up to try to get Josh Giddey, and Josh Giddey goes 6. They have to be heated.
The one thing I'll say about my big board, because I saw people when I posted it, people were like, Barnes isn't falling to 15, and it wasn't a mock draft. It was my personal prospect ranking. So I don't really care how they're drafted. It's kind of Sadiq Bey was, like I said, Sadiq Bey was my number 5 or number 6 overall guy last year. I don't think he went until pick 18. It didn't make me any less confident in the evaluation. Same with when McCall fell. A ton of guys like that. But yeah, I absolutely hate a couple of these picks so far, for sure.
All right, it's about to get interesting because we only got 20 more picks to go. Woj is on the clock here.
By the way, this guy said Daniel Tice available in free agency, y'all. If we had Daniel Tice last year, we would have been playing in the conference finals.
I adore Daniel Tice. I think he's a great player.
I agree. I think he's a very solid backup pick. Very solid.
Even like Kelly Olynyk went to Houston. They could have probably, I don't know, maybe bought him out or something.
Kelly Olynyk low-key balled out when he got extended minutes in Houston. He put up like 18, 19 a game. Shot the lights out too.
Right.
Yeah, maybe he can.
Woj doesn't say anything here.
Maybe he can be part of the of the Washington Big Four
With Spencer Dinwiddie.
with Dinwiddie.
Dinwiddie, Beal, and Hachimura.
I'm still laughing. I can't believe that he said
That's
that.
amazing. That's amazing.
I'm curious to see what Sacramento does here because do they just go for another 4-spacer like a Moses Moody, or do they go for a long-term need at center because Holmes is probably out the building?
I really hope it's Kispert for my my draft bet. I had Corey Kispert under 13.5. So I need him to go in these next 4 picks. And I would say 9 and 11 are the 2 biggest chances with Sacramento and Charlotte and Indiana at 13. And I think all those places make sense for Kispert. I wouldn't pick Kispert if it was my decision.
I know. I heard Sacramento promised somebody. I forget who it was.
I think it was Wagner.
I thought it was Franz. Yeah, I thought it was Franz.
I think it was Wagner, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That report that Rashawn Holmes wants $80 million was fake, right? That can't be.
That's real. That's very real.
There's no way. There's no way.
I want $80 million.
Someone will pay him that.
No. He's not getting $80 million. Maybe he'll get fun. I think he'll get somewhere in the range of 10 to 15 annual.
I like that pick.
Ooh.
I love that pick.
Whoa.
You're not going to like it, Tiago.
I gotta refresh my feed here.
Your boy Davion.
Oh man, we're gonna have the conversation right now.
Yeah, I don't necessarily love the fit, but whatever.
Let's open up the Davion dialogue right now.
Davion conversation. Let me ask you guys a question. If the March Madness didn't happen, so say COVID stole March Madness, where would you have Davion Mitchell slotted in the draft?
I don't think he'd be too far behind. His per 40 numbers were outrageous. I mean, he was 17 points per game per 40, 7 assists to 3 turnovers per 40, over 2 steals, and obviously super efficient from 3. And something this is my point about Davion and Io. I'm not a huge fan of old players generally. I almost always side with the freshman, the 18 to 19-year-old over the 21-year-old junior or whatever it may be. But Davion and Io both improved what they had to while they were in college. They knew that they had to improve their three-point jumper to become viable NBA draft prospects, and they did exactly that. To me, that just shows that they're going to work hard on whatever they need to improve. And that reminds me of Zach LaVine. You look at when Zach LaVine came into the league, you never would have thought that guy had the shooting upside that he did. And I think Davion Mitchell just showed that while he was in college instead of coming out as a freshman. So I think that Davion Mitchell makes a ton of sense wherever he would have went. This is kind of my least favorite fit for him in terms of the fact that they have Halliburton and Fox still there. But I think he can step in and help any team win right away.
Yeah, I know why you're asking this, Thiago, because I assume that you're in the camp that the leap he took as a shooter this past year was a fluke, probably. And I can see why you would think that.
Yeah, some of it. And I think that if his shot is not what it was at Baylor or even close, then what is he at the NBA, right? Because people are saying like a poor man's Donovan Mitchell. If he doesn't have that shot, like what is he? What is his floor? I think it's pretty low.
Yeah, I mean, the free throw shooting might give an indication that it might have been maybe. I don't want to say it was a fluke, but I mean, he still was a poor free throw shooter for as well as he shot the ball this year. But he still played great two-way ball for the entire team.
He's a tenacious defender. Like I'm not taking that away from him. Like Baylor won because of guys like Mitchell and Butler. So I definitely think like the pedigree and the just the energy is really something to value. But man, like I just don't see that top 10 player in the body. I don't know. I may be lower than most of them. I just didn't see it when I watched him. A lot of times when I was watching him, I was like, man, it's really Jared Butler running the show. It's Davion kind of jacking up some wild shots here and there, and Butler kind of bringing the offense back in. So that's what I saw. But again, I'm not a GM. But I hate the fit to what Mark's saying. Like I don't get why we want to put Halliburton at the core. Like Halliburton was phenomenal as a ball handler for them last year. I don't know why you wouldn't take the ball out of his hands.
I think this was one of those things where they were expecting Wagner to drop them at 9, and they were going to take him. And then when they saw that Davion was still there, they just went and took him because it's just an upside pick probably for them or a value pick.
To me, I think this locks in Duarte at 14 to Golden State if they stay there. If I had to make an opinion, I think Golden State is probably throwing stuff that Davion went at 9. I think they probably thought they could get him at 14, and he's just a dog. And I think he's a guy that I would bet on just because we saw him improve in college, and I just think he's someone who's going to help you win it no matter what level you're on.
Yeah,
I wonder how far Moody falls. I wonder if they think that they can get Moody at 14.
Wow, that's true too. I didn't think about that because in my head he was supposed to be gone by then, I guess. So yeah, Moody could make a ton of sense for them. Obviously, I loved him at 7.
Well, let me ask you guys a Sixers-related question.
Oh wow.
Ooh, wow.
Another pick I don't like.
Wow.
I kind of like this kid. I'm not gonna lie.
I kind of like him too.
Yeah, I think he's got game.
Just in my experience with Zaire is let's just keep him away from poppy seeds or whatever the fuck.
Spelled his name differently, so it's not the same kind of Zaire.
Okay, he's in the clear. He's good.
I do not like the fit with Ja Morant, but I think this is a long upside play for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they lacked go-to scoring at the wing, and if given the right development, Zaire could provide that at some point because he has the handles, he has the fluid ball handling, and he has the shot creation ability, but he was just wildly inconsistent this past year.
Yeah, I don't see anything close to an elite skill for Zaire Williams. Another guy I didn't rank in my top 30 going in the top 10, which is pretty funny. I don't like Zaire Williams in terms of his chance to contribute at any point in the next 2 or 3 years. I see the upside, obviously, the NBA frame, the NBA body, the ball handling, the ability to play make, but everything was so inconsistent. And I don't think any of those are elite skills. So yeah, and I'm a Ja Morant guy, so I would have really loved to see Memphis add some consistent shooting around him, and I definitely don't think that's what Zaire Williams brings, at least not at this point. So another pick that I really don't like. I'm handing out some Fs here in the top 10, or at least some D minuses.
I love it.
I think Memphis had other ideas in mind. What you guys are saying, I think that was kind of like what they had left over.
Yeah, they wanted Giddey.
Yeah, they wanted Giddey, and I would always want to surround Morant with shooters. So I don't know why they would not do that.
I know Zaire was linked at some point to Orlando at 8, which would have made that would have been a wild pick for them at 8. So yeah.
Let me ask you guys a Sixers-related question. Do you see Corey Kispert dropping to like 20? And then if he is that a guy you would move up for? Because I think he's like the ideal fit.
I don't think he's a good fit with the Sixers, to be honest.
You don't?
No.
Really?
I think like Doc won't play you if you don't defend, and his defensive showing is not great.
No, I agree with that. He's never going to be a plus defender, but the Sixers have guys in the back end who can account for some of that. And I do think his shot's going to be pretty good.
So let's say you trade Ben, right? And you get like Dame or you get Beal. You're basically going to be then asking Embiid to be a serviceable backline defender to cover up for 3 guys plus his own man at the rim. So I think you need to have some stability and some like ability to hold your own on the perimeter.
To deny dribble penetration, I get it.
I don't think Kispert kills you. Obviously, he's not a great defender. I think he's a solid team defender, though, and I think he showed that at Gonzaga. They had a pretty phenomenal defense. I know that they had guys like Suggs who are really going to help your defense, but I'm not like a huge Kispert fan. I had him 11th overall, so I'm probably right in the median how high people are on him. I'm probably right at consensus, but I do think that he obviously has such an elite NBA skill, and I have no doubts that he's going to be able to come in and shoot 40% on pretty volume attempts right away. So everything else kind of needs to fall in around that, and I don't think he kills you defensively. So I would love Kispert on the Sixers, but like I said, I probably wouldn't move up to go get him. I don't think I'd move up to go get anyone really. But yeah, I would absolutely love him on the Sixers if in a vacuum.
Yeah, I think Kispert really is. I think I've said that he's the best shooter in the draft. I mean, there are probably others that are right on his level, but he's right up there among the best shooters. And but yeah, I don't think it's worth trading up one because he could easily go right here to Charlotte, who's probably going to want to space the floor around LaMelo. But I do think that Kispert will be at least he'll be a serviceable defender. But I mean, he's such a good shooter that every team would probably welcome his services no matter what.
Yeah, I'd say him and Highland are probably the 2 best shooters in the draft. Yep. If I had to guess. Yeah.
Weiskamp is up there too.
Yeah, he probably is.
Love Weiskamp. Love him.
Honestly, I didn't do enough research into Weiskamp, but I do know he tested pretty well at the combine athletically.
I mean, that's around them because it doesn't look like that on film, but
no, it doesn't.
Wow, this guy's that athletic.
Yeah, that was really shocking to me when I heard that. He was someone who went on. He's a cool guy. He was someone who went on one of the college basketball podcasts I listen to quite often. And he was like kind of trashing the NCAA for what they were giving them to eat during the tournament. He's a funny guy. I was shocked to see he was that athletic. I did not like when I was watching him in college. At no point was I like, oh, this guy's gonna get drafted. You know, it just didn't cross into my brain.
I'm shocked at how far Bouknight could be falling right now.
I guess I'm not. I am just because we thought he was going 6th or 7th. But last week I wouldn't have been. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just saw a screenshot. ESPN calls Zaire Williams a elite athlete.
Nah. Well, I mean, for his size, maybe.
I think that's quite a stretch.
Yeah, I think that's a stretch. I think that's projecting. Yeah. I think that's projecting athleticism on an elite frame, maybe with good wingspan. But
he's definitely nice handling the ball for a guy that's 6'8", 6'9".
Yeah. He's fluid.
He's not like Cade or anything in terms of
Nothing-
handling at
it's
that
nothing
size,
crazy.
but yeah, he can handle a bit for sure, like
So-
Harrison Barnes level handle.
I'm just thinking out loud here. The Kings, they get Halliburton last summer or last draft. They get Davion this draft. De'Aaron Fox is what, 2 or 3 years older than both of them?
Yeah.
And so the timeline there.
But Davion's on the older side, though, remember?
Okay, that's true. Never mind. Scratch that.
Actually, probably pretty comparable. Yeah,
I am stupid.
Fox probably. What is Fox? 23, 22,
Yeah, and Davion's like 21.
22, 21. Yeah. Halliburton's also a bit older too because he played 2 years at Iowa State, I believe. So Halliburton's probably old enough to have an alcoholic beverage, if I had to guess.
So was Jared Butler the one who was like 24?
No, that's Chris Duarte. Chris Duarte is 24. I don't know how old Jared Butler is, actually. I'm not quite sure. I
He's
know I had
20.
age
He's
somewhere.
22, I believe.
Wasn't
22.
Davion Mitchell's teammate at Butler or at Baylor super old too? The other guard?
Jared Butler.
Okay.
Yeah, Jared Butler, yeah.
Also, do you think there's traction behind the Fox stuff, or it's just Twitter talk?
I think there could be.
Really?
I think there could be. Yeah.
You think?
That would be surprising to me, though.
Yeah, but they just got a ball handler. Like,
Yeah, I tend to think that there could be some gravity there.
I'd personally be shocked. I'll put that out there. I'd be really shocked if Sacramento traded De'Aaron Fox for Ben Simmons in a package.
Unless they plan on running out Davion, De'Aaron Fox, and Tyrese Halliburton in the starting lineup. Good luck with that defense. Oh, wow. Wow.
I think Halliburton would probably be more likely to be the one to get traded if I had to guess personally, but
Booknight's going to Charlotte right here.
it's a very good pick. It's a
Well,
solid pick.
I guess they're trading LaMelo Ball then too.
That's a good pick. Yeah, I like that fit with LaMelo actually. And I mean, you probably imagine that one over Rozier and Devontae Graham are gone soon.
Devontae is a free agent, right?
Oh, really? I actually didn't even know that, to be quite honest. I wonder what he gets.
Someone will throw irrational money at him.
I like him. I actually have no idea what he did this year statistically, so I'd have to look. But I like him. Devontae Graham.
oh yeah, he took a step down though.
Yeah, I knew he took a step back, but I have to look to see how bad it was and if it was untenable.
I mean, the guy who really took a leap was Bridges. I thought he had a really good season.
He did.
Yeah, he's
For sure.
much better, and the guy's a athletic freak, man.
Fits really well with what the type of offense you run with LaMelo.
Yeah,
Shot what, 38% from three this past year?
yeah.
If they could go out and get Holmes as their center, that would be a good pickup for them.
I've heard Miles Turner linked. I think that's interesting to me. I would love the Miles Turner fit there with LaMelo, Booknight, Gordon Hayward. I think that'd be a team that would be a playoff team for sure this year.
There's a great graphic. It's like Giddey's weaknesses, and it's like ball handling, shot creation, assertiveness, outside shooting, on-ball defense, athleticism.
What did they put for strength?
Looks cool.
So we're just there's like what is his weakness is basketball.
Shooting, passing, dribbling.
What are his weaknesses? Yes.
Yeah. I don't get it. I really don't.
Yeah, I like what the Hornets are doing, man. Bridges shot 40%, double his attempts from rookie year.
Malik Monk finally came into his own a little bit too.
Just gotta screw his hand right.
We need to do some.
I love Malik Monk.
Given how international our fan base is, like we need to do a deep dive into this Algarin Sangun.
And Alperen Sengun.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a back to the basket.
He won Turkish League MVP as an 18-year-old this past year.
Wow.
So did Furkan Altamir.
There's a lot of analytics models who love him. I think it's I don't know who is Pelton, Kevin Pelton. Some ESPN nerd had him number 1 overall on his big board, Sengun. Yeah. His analytics are apparently really good. I don't really know what that means because he can't shoot or defend. And he's a back to the basket center. Who's I believe either 6'9" or 6'10", with a not a crazy vertical leap, not crazy athleticism from anything I've seen. So yeah, I don't get the Sengun hype, just like I don't get the Giddey hype. I guess I think that these are international guys that if we hadn't seen some of the success stories we've seen in the last couple of years, that would be going late in the first round or early in the second round, and it'd be a question on whether or not they were going to come over or not. But because we have seen some international success stories, I think that these guys get the benefit of the doubt a lot of the time, in my opinion.
Oh wait, camera.
No, I mean, yeah, Sengun is definitely he's a throwback big. He's probably on offense he's a hub in the post. I mean, good. I mean, he screens well. He has some decent touch. He could be
Ben Butler was one of the guys that was for sure attacking me when we put out the top 30, calling me an idiot or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think that the graphic that you guys talked about, where all of Josh Giddey's weaknesses are outlined pretty clearly, I think that gives you an idea of why I was coming from the point I was with Josh Giddey, because I've watched full games of Josh Giddey. I'm a freak. I'm a sicko. I'm watching tape on YouTube for guys that I don't even like. So Josh Giddey, no full game tape instead of highlights is going to show me his fluent jump shot or him switching well athletically on NBA level athletes defensively. So I don't. That's not something that's going to be fixed from highlights to game film.
I have a question for the board here. Where would Tyrese Maxey be drafted in this draft? Where do you think he would be selected?
Top 60?
I would have him like right around that Davion Mitchell range.
Davion Mitchell range?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Top 10?
Yeah, take a look at Maxey's
he'd be mid-lottery.
Take a look at Maxey's college numbers.
I would have him like 9-10 on this draft.
Yeah, he'd be mid-lottery probably.
Just to get an idea of how he compares with some of these guys.
San Antonio is on the clock, 3 minutes remaining. They need shooters, right?
They need their coach to retire first and foremost.
I feel like San Antonio needs.
Seattle loves just crushing coaches. He loves doing it. It's always the coach.
It's not always the coach. You watch some of those quotes coming out of Team USA, though. They're like, we need this guy to get out of the way so we can play basketball.
Yeah. Everyone was saying that they're tired of him running this first.
I know.
For them.
Like, why run some motion-ass offense? You got a bunch of isolation dogs on this team.
So this is just I was going through Maxey's college numbers. I don't know if Maxey is a better prospect from last year than Quentin Grimes is this year, just to kind of compare the two guys.
That's a stretch.
I don't know.
You are so canceled.
I like Tyrese Maxey a lot. I had Tyrese Maxey really high last year. I do think the top of this draft is a little bit better. What is Tyrese Maxey better at than Quentin Grimes?
I mean, he can get to the rim, dude.
Yeah.
He's improving as a passer, I thought, throughout the year.
I mean, yeah, for sure.
And I think that
Antonio was taking a while.
I don't see Grimes as like a 3-level kind of scorer, but I could be wrong. Although he's strong, he finishes at the rim as like a cutter, but not with the ball in his hand.
They're different players. It's tough to compare. They're different players, but obviously the shooting for Grimes comparatively to Maxey.
A Roach bomb?
What happened?
One of the player comps I saw for Quentin Grimes, and I couldn't believe this shit. It was like Chris Middleton for Grimes.
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
And now the Lakers with the Anthony Davis, LeBron James, and Westbrook put together a big
And he's screaming.
Who is that?
It's Bobby Marks. I don't know whose volume's on, but Bobby Marks.
Oh my God! What?
Whoa! This is what Tiago was talking about weeks ago.
Wow! Whoa!
What happened?
What happened? What happened?
San Antonio takes Josh Primo at 12.
Oh, your boy, Tiago.
That was-
In the lottery. Wow.
I mean, it doesn't get any more Spursy than that, man.
Oh my lord!
Well, there goes my top. There goes my top pick for the Sixers. So
I mean, that pushes guys back down the board. So, that's
Oh
a
my
lead.
God.
That was my next comment, Tiago. Is like Trey Murphy, baby.
He's not making it.
Trey Murphy would be my. He was my best pick for the Sixers. But
Was he really?
it's really just kind of like a wavering, hovering cloud, if you will. Just I go back and forth. I vacillate from side to side in terms of who the best pick is.
You vacillate?
You
Are you
vacillate.
vacillating?
Well, don't make it sound gross. It's just a word.
What? Josh Primo at 12?
That is amazing. Josh Primo to 12.
I mean, the kid's got like hints of stardom in his game, but it's such
He's got stupid range.
Yeah, it's such a wild projection right now. I mean, he did barely handle the ball. Alabama had Herb Jones, who was kind of like their.
Dude, I watched that guy last night. I was like, this guy could be sick.
Oh yeah,
It's way too risky because he has like no skill. He's like KJ McDaniels is what he is.
Yeah.
Herb Jones, you're saying?
Yeah.
I love him, dude. I'll be honest. Like he's taken such a leap. His college career, I'm like, there's something there, but
I don't disagree on that.
Wow.
I can't believe this.
I'll tell you what, I'm much less offended by this Josh Primo pick than I am by some of the other picks in the top 10.
Indiana pick already came out.
I just saw it.
Oh, it's stolen from
yeah.
Golden State, and I lose my Corey
Stolen.
Kispert bet.
Wow.
Why does
All right,
Woj have to say per sources that they're ever like? We know it's
No.
per sources.
We get the deal. We know the deal.
We've seen this a million times. We don't have to tweet it every time.
I can't even take in the
Not
fact that
me.
Josh Primo was a lottery pick before even leaking this pick. Josh Primo is a lottery pick.
hey man,
I get it. I don't have him. I had him at 25th, but I get it. It's hard not to see the upside. I
know he's been rising the last few weeks, but my God, I still love him. But
No, I mean, yeah.
I don't know
it's-
about this.
it's interesting.
So just to give you a idea of the projection, we'll pull up his numbers. The projection of what Josh Primo is at the NBA.
Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. This is our first one here. Let's do this real quick.
Wow, I did not expect Josh Primo to be the first guy that you guys covered to go in the draft.
So does anybody want to
That's pretty funny.
Does anybody want to venture to guess what Josh Primo's assist to turnover ratio is?
Negative.
I know what it is per 40, but I don't know what it is just in general.
Negative is my guess.
It's like less than 0.5.
That's not great.
So that gives you like the idea of like what the guy is right now. Just a wild ball handler.
That's not.
Oh, you pulling up the highlights?
So
You got all the good plays.
that's probably not ideal.
No, it's not. Part of it is a function that he didn't handle the ball as much in Alabama, but I mean, you watch him, like he makes some wild decisions, man. Just absolutely.
I don't think he'll handle in San Antonio though either. I think he's a 3-and-D guy. That's a bit.
You drafted him that high to be a 3-and-D guy? I mean, I would imagine like you want more out of that.
Yeah, that could be true. I don't think you can expect elite ball handling out of this guy.
Yeah.
All right, so there's Josh Primo. This is our first one in the lottery. But by the way, like we've done scouting reports and highlight reels of Sixers draft targets. Josh Primo is officially the first one that we have reached here, and we're in the lottery. I'm excited. I like Josh Primo a lot. He was my number 4 on my Sixers big board. There's a lot of tons of potential and flashes with Josh Primo. I'm happy for the kid. I really am. I mean, he's going to a really good situation, Josh Primo.
So this kind of plays out great for
Which team did he go to again?
Spurs.
San Antonio.
That's right. Okay, I forgot. Never mind.
So remember what I said about Golden State maybe hoping that Moody falls to 14. He'll be there at 14, even though they missed out on Duarte.
That's totally a mood.
Yeah, I mean the guys. What is his wingspan, Chris? Like something like 7-foot wingspan or something like that.
Who? Duarte or Primo?
No, Primo.
I have to look. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. Like I think he's 6'9",
6'9.25".
Yeah, 6'6". He's gonna grow well past I think 200 pounds. 6'9", 6'10" wingspan. I mean,
By the way, yeah, that's the biggest thing, Tiago. This kid doesn't turn 19 until December.
right. So he was the youngest player in college basketball. The youngest player in college basketball.
Youngest player in college basketball, and just oodles of, whatever you want to shape him into, like that's what San Antonio was getting.
And like, if you see a guy like Keldon Johnson, I mean, he looks like a legitimate player, and he's grown very fast in that system. So maybe they see some of the same type of talent base with Primo. Who knows?
Yeah. He doesn't turn 19 until December. He shot 38% from three-point range, thrived in the half court, 44+% in the catch and shoot, 93rd percentile in spot-up shooting, 1.25 points per possession on jumpers, 96th percentile. What did I say when San Antonio was on the clock? They needed shooting. That's what Josh Primo is going to bring. So for a worst case scenario, he's so young in the NBA, but what he's going to be able to bring from day one is he's a great shooter.
Yeah.
So that's what they needed. You look at the core of that San Antonio Spurs. We looked at it, Mark. We talked about Ben Simmons' potential trades. All that core, great young defenders. They need guys that can space the floor, and that's what Josh Primo is going to do.
Yeah, he definitely brings an upside. When I was saying that I think they're bringing in a 3-and-D guy, I think that's like the median outcome, or that's at least what they can expect. Obviously, you hope that you can expand on other parts of his game, and you could hope that you can turn him into, a primary scorer on your team, because that's absolutely what the Spurs need. Because anytime I know that there's the big report about the Spurs today, it's, the Sixers asked for 4 first-round picks, all these young players, all this stuff. That's because the Spurs don't have a package of players that's enticing enough to trade for Ben Simmons, in my opinion. I know that some people are really high on Murray, some are high on White, some are high on some of the wings, give or take. I just, that's nice and all. I think they're all nice players, but they all have a cap to what they can be upside-wise. So they're taking a guy who hopefully has pretty unlimited upside as the youngest player in the draft. And I don't hate the pick. I wouldn't have made it, but I completely see the vision.
So Jonathan Wasserman, the same guy who predicted the Scotty Barnes pick at Bleacher Report, saying that Sharif Cooper is going to drop to the second round. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Would you take a flyer on him at 28?
Personally, I wouldn't. I didn't have him in my top 30.
Why is that?
Yeah, it's similar to Giddey. I don't think that he provides anything outside of vision and creating. I have doubts that he's going to be able to score at the NBA level, and we obviously know that the shot's not going to happen for him. It looks like he's someone when you go to like a local gym with like a broken jumper. Like he's got like a worse jumper than even Giddey has. I'm not a big Sharif Cooper guy. He's not my type of prospect.
I thought his vision, especially orchestrating a big role, was very interesting.
Yeah, me too.
I thought that comparing, especially what we got with Shake, is like night and day. But I agree on the shot part of it. I guess the question I have is if you had to rank like Cooper, Springer,
Golden State, what a pick. Moses Moody at 14. I wanted them to get it 7. Kuminga and Moody. Golden State's walking away from this with a rock-solid home run of a draft, in my opinion.
Nice. All right. By the way, we have Chris Duarte here to the Indiana Pacers. And we're already a pick ahead. So, any thoughts on Chris Duarte? A 3-and-D guy here, NBA ready, one of the best floor spacers in this draft. Tiago, any thoughts on the fit with the Indiana Pacers here for Chris Duarte?
I mean, he's your prototypical Indiana pick, right? Super boring. It's not going to do much anything great. I am really high on him as a floor spacer. I think his shot is one of the most kind of sustainable, cleanest shots in the draft. I think he's going to shoot very well at high volume. And I mean, when we scouted him, one of the things that stood out for me was his impact defensively in space. guy who led the Pac-12 in steals, and it's not just a number when you watch him on tape. Like, he's a very smart player, playing passing lanes and whatnot. So I like his positional versatility. You can maybe perhaps put him a little bit of 3 or 4 with a rim protector. So I think it's a good pick. I do think he's being a little bit overvalued. I think it's a little bit of a reach that high, but the Pacers, they do it different.
I agree completely. I see all the stuff. I think he's going to be a good shooter. I think he's going to be a good defender. I think he's being overvalued here for sure. I don't think he does much else other than that, and he is 24 years old. So that's a lot to be concerned about here for Chris Duarte. I don't think he has very high upside. I can't really see this guy turning into an all-star. Really, I mean, there's not a ton of players left that I can really, but I don't see it with this guy in terms of having that high of upside. And I've compared him to guys like Quentin Grimes. I don't see the difference between guys like him and guys that are going to go early in the second round. And my biggest concern with him is he's a really good 3-point shooter, but he hasn't really done it at that high of volume. Like per 40, he's shooting like 2.5 full less threes than guys like Highland, Butler, Murphy, Cam Thomas, Grimes, Kispert. He did not shoot. He did not let it fly like those guys did. It's hard. But having said all that, it's hard not to see him turning into a Dylan Brooks-like player. I know that's an easy comparison from Oregon, but another 3-and-D guy who's a dog on defense. I think he's got a lot of Dylan Brooks in his game, and I think that's a pretty likely outcome for what this guy turns out to be.
Yeah, I agree.
I first saw Duarte in his suit. I thought it was Lagello or LiAngelo Ball. That one.
I got reminded on Twitter. You know, Duarte is a year younger than Sabonis, and Sabonis has been in the league for 5 years.
Sabonis, man.
But I mean, no, it's a good pick for them. I mean, they were probably looking for guys that they could plug into the rotation right away and get some spot minutes in. You know, McDermott is on the market this summer, and in the case that they can't re-sign him, now they have their sharpshooter that they can plug in.
Yeah.
Is everyone in agreement? Once we get in that Sixers range, turn off all social media and react naturally together. Is that cool?
No.
Nobody wants to do that?
Absolutely not. That sounds horrible.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it personally, but I think you're looking at how it's how it is right
I gotta be able to react. I gotta be able to type and see shit.
Yeah. We have he's an insider. He needs to get the first step.
Oh,
watch out, Vin Fox.
Right, I see what we're doing here.
Austin my God! Don't bring that name up ever.
He's probably watching the stream right now. It's also
I don't know if I can believe Krell. He doesn't have a cool name like Vinsider. I don't know.
Yeah. That's me.
Great pick by the Wizards.
That was the greatest comment of the night so far.
Kispert to the Wizards.
Those assholes. I barely missed my bet.
Russell Westbrook to the LA Lakers for Kuzma and a bunch of other stuff. Harrell, draft picks. What's the other trade? Steven Adams is on the move. Anybody else? Who would I miss?
Pretty much it. There haven't been many trades so far.
That's what I'm a little surprised. The way this started, I thought this was going to be a ton of movement.
Can we reset the board? See who's available again, and make sure that we.
I could give you while you're resetting whatever board you're using. My top 5 available is Jalen Johnson, Cam Thomas, Jared Butler. I'd assume a Trey Mann, and then Quentin Grimes, Jaden Springer, Bones Highland, Miles McBride, Keon Johnson, Trey Murphy.
A lot of good guys are still on the board.
For sure.
So Segun's still on the board, right?
Yeah, Segun is still on the board.
I'm surprised by that. I'm surprised.
I can see him falling to OKC.
Oh, they're up at 16 here. They're definitely they're definitely taking him. Man, me and Sam Presti's boards are not the same.
I said that they're probably going to take either, at this they'll probably take maybe Keon Johnson because he seems like a total upside guy that they would take, and then they'll probably take one of two bigs like either Kai Jones or Segun.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird for Washington to take Kispert here, given that they have Bertans at such a high contract. I don't know if they're going to be able to get rid of him, but
They probably want guys who are just not going to handle the ball. Just let Beal do his thing.
let him get his 40 and be a loser.
Did anybody join me on last year's stream? Did anybody join me?
Yeah, I was it.
You were there?
Yeah, I think Austin was there. So.
Do you remember how like completely hammered I was in that second round?
I mean, we were deep in the second round.
Like I'm starting to kind of feel it. Like, dude, we're like at least an hour and a half from the Sixers pick.
But the second,
I would love a trade right now.
It's a long.
Imagine being a Lakers Dodgers fan right now. One of my friends just said that you just traded for Russell Westbrook and the Dodgers traded for Max Scherzer and Trey Turner.
Oh my god!
And the Cowboys still have that.
And the Cowboys. That's good. That was good.
And the Cowboys still have Dak Prescott.
We are gonna move to a different stream and do a quick show and react, and then we'll come back here. That way, it just makes it easier to upload.
For the Sixers pick, right?
For the Sixers pick.
Okay.
So that will happen. And what I'll do when everyone leaves, I have a thing ready to go just saying we'll be back momentarily.
Oh, this is a nice moment.
I guess ESPN tweeted out something like highlighting the Kuzma, KCP, and Harold to Russell Westbrook trade as Kuz to the district with a picture of Kuz in a DC jersey instead of Russell Westbrook being in a Lakers jersey being the headliner. That's pretty funny that Kyle Kuzma got prime billing on that trade tweet.
Oh my god!
Can someone explain to me the Kyle Kuzma thing? Like,
he's got a great public. He's got a great.
I don't get it.
I think the Kuzma thing. So I think the people who hate Kuzma do go a little bit too far. Like, I do think he's an NBA player. Like I feel like sometimes when you hear people talk about. I feel like sometimes when you hear people talk about Kuzma, he's like the worst player ever. I do think he's an NBA player. He's a nice bench guy, I guess, but he doesn't do much, like particularly well. He's kind of just a dude.
I want to see what he's like without LeBron.
That's fair.
I mean, at least he's better than Ben Simmons, right?
Oh, you got on. Didn't you get a Twitter fight about that, Austin?
Well, that's absurd.
Dude, they have completely devalued Ben Simmons. It's so sad.
All right. So we are 14,
not Daryl Morey.
Thank God.
We are 14 picks away from the Sixers, and all four of my tier 1 guys are available on my tier 1 list here. Now I'm feeling pretty good right now. Feeling pretty good.
RP Terrence Clark, by the way.
This is awful.
Yeah, for sure.
This is brutal.
What's happening?
Terrence Clark's family was coming up on stage, and they're just like sobbing. Oh, that's gut wrenching.
Oh no, that's really shame.
It's terrible.
Oh, that's the kid. That's horrible.
He was I'm not even getting. He was a first round lock. It's just terrible. Not that makes it any more or less terrible. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
Sorry,
What a gut wrenching moment! Wow.
It's his family.
That's so great.
It's terrible.
Yeah, that's gut wrenching.
It breaks your heart.
Absolutely gut wrenching.
I don't know.
I remember seeing that and being like,
well, they thought BJ Boston. I remember when the news first came out, they thought another Kentucky player was in the car with them. That's another draft prospect tonight. And that, I mean,
BJ Boston.
Yeah. I feel terrible to like try to shift the conversation, but if we just I feel terrible. It's terrible. But like I've said before, ESPN ripped our hearts out, which is good. I'm happy that they had this moment for.
It's a
family,
good moment.
But,
it's a really
it is, as a viewer, it is like, oh man, it makes me sad. But my top 8 Sixers targets, or actually my entire Sixers big board, my entire top 10 is all still available with 13 picks to go, I believe, until we're up on the board. So I think no matter what, and I said this from the start. I think no matter what, that there will be a worthwhile guy there at 28.
The only guy I have taken is Chris George.
I didn't count. I kind of looked at him as unrealistic, so I didn't include him on my Sixers big board. But he would have been, I guess he would have been like 7 or 8.
They should have drafted Terrence Clark, but that's just me. Like the NBA should have drafted him, obviously.
No, they did.
They did, yeah. That's what they did for Isaiah Austin a couple of years ago too.
Yeah, who was that kid?
Wait, so what pick was he then?
I wonder how that works. Yeah,
I
think it's honorary. If I had to guess, I think it's probably honorary and not listed.
It's an honorary thing.
Knowing Josh Harris probably trade the pick. And
I think Black Widow.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's awful.
Oh,
did I say
Wow.
that?
What is wrong with you, man?
Wow.
no, I had to. You
Oh
know,
my god.
I had to bite my tongue.
Awful.
No,
So
no.
Shame on you. That
No,
is
we
bad.
respect of course, we respect Terrence Clark. This is just a Sixers joke. Nothing to do with it.
Of course, no. If anyone takes it, it's more than that. That's crazy.
Really?
Oh man, now I want to make a joke about like tax breaks, but I don't want to make a joke.
Oh god.
Oklahoma City
wow.
is trading
We have a
the
trade.
16th
Yeah, man.
pick.
Pretty 4.
That's
Houston.
in Houston.
They have 22 and 23 or 23 and 24 or
How
something
many
like
more
that, right?
first picks are getting from this trade? You gotta stop.
Houston. All right.
I just feel like the Tiago was just the Jesse Pinkman gif from Breaking Bad. He can't keep getting away with this.
No, man.
About Sam Presti.
All right.
So he loves making trades.
Oh, he's addicted.
He loves making trades.
Man, it's going to be tough for me. I've defended Sam Presti for a long time. Josh Giddey at number 6. It's tough for me.
Rockets are taking Sagun.
So, yeah,
Really?
that makes sense. Yeah, that makes total sense.
That makes sense.
At this point, like I didn't have Sengun in my top 30. I'm not a fan, but it at this point at 16, I actually see the vision on Sengun more than I do on Giddey. So I don't hate the home run swing at 16 for a team that's fringe lottery, or no, this is Houston, so they're not even fringe lottery, so they're just terrible. So it makes even more sense.
All right. So who's going to the Washington Wizards here?
Kispert.
Kispert's
Yeah.
gone. Okay, Kispert's gone.
Which again, this is a tough hit for my Jalen Johnson love. I thought he was going at 15 to Washington. That was my
Man.
I thought that was a good fit.
I'm telling you guys, Trey
I know
Murphy
you're not
is
into
on the board.
I know you're not big into trading up, but like Jalen Johnson's there like 23, 24. I mean, assuming like you're okay with the off the court stuff, like that has to be a trade up target, right?
For me, at that point, I probably have.
Does Terrence Clark's family get money, or there's the foundation?
I don't know.
Because I feel like I don't know. I feel like that would be a nice gesture. But I mean,
I'm sure that they probably will.
Probably it doesn't take away the pain at all. But I mean, I think
course,
that would be, yeah.
Ben Butler is just he's not happy with me. So this is the beauty of me putting out my top 30 and me putting out my takes instead of people who just say that they like people or say that they hate people. I put out my top 30 so that in a couple of years you can point that out and tell me I'm wrong, Ben Butler. A lot of people were laughing at me for having, guys in the top 5 in the past that ended up not going in the top 15 and ended up being really good players. So, that's the beauty of me putting out my takes for consumption. You can come at me if I'm wrong in a year when Josh Giddey's not playing on there's no chance he's going to be playing a meaningful minute, but whatever.
It's OKC. He'll be playing a lot of minutes.
Corey Kispert.
Nothing meaningful. I thought Corey Kispert, I don't know. It's not what I thought he looked like.
He looks like a movie star. He looks like the next Chris Pratt.
He looks a lot different in a suit than I feel like he does in like a basketball jersey.
I think he cut his hair too.
Maybe it's that. Yeah.
Dude is a good-looking man, I will say.
Dives is in love.
That does not look. He looks like he should be playing tennis or something, not basketball.
He looks like a
that
country
guy-
club.
put that
He looks
guy-
like a country club.
Yeah, exactly. Put some golf clubs in that guy's hand or something. I don't know.
Newbeck tweeted, Kispert looks like he could star as the high school bully in a coming-of-age rom-com.
All right, one of the best shooters is off the board to Washington. I'm sure Bradley Beal is very happy and ready to go for next season. Corey Kispert.
Title contention, baby. Big three. Yeah, big four now.
I just want to point out Rui Hachimura, since his name came up. Chauncey Billups and Jalen Rose, when Rui Hachimura was drafted, compared him to a young Kawhi Leonard. That's something that anytime I ever hear about Rui Hachimura, that comes right to my mind because it was just hilarious because coming out of college, his number one concern was defense. And they were like, yup, young Kawhi Leonard.
I'm looking at like mock drafts. People have Josh Primo like 51, 40.
Yeah, the Primo one was major.
First, like, let me take him at 12.
It's crazy that they don't move back.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah, guys, drop it.
I'm happy for him. I still think that was a bit of a wild pick.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Houston is sending 2 future first-round picks for number 16.
Oh my God.
Oklahoma City. All right, someone
stop
how many
this man.
first-round picks does Oklahoma City now have? 18?
Can someone stop this man? Like,
Well, here's the thing.
Guy has all the first round picks. It never gets any better. Just it's
Here's the thing. Like,
And people pushed out Sam Hinkie out of town. Like, talk about this. Like, first-round pick. Doesn't go anywhere.
Chris, why would you not throw like 5 or 6 first-round picks at Ben Simmons at that point? Because you have
Exactly, right? What's the difference?
just like, yo, here's 5 first-round picks and whatever. Take our best player. To me, it feels like a no-brainer, but
I don't get it. All right.
I think my tweets have been edgy and fired tonight, so I like it. I'm going for it.
Damian Lillard commented on an Instagram laughing at Ben Simmons trades.
what did he say?
It was like, I guess it's some video making fun of us for wanting all the things that we asked for from Golden State.
The thing,
And-
I think like that Warriors trade is actually not enough for Ben Simmons.
Yeah,
I completely agree. I said that at the top. The Warriors' assets have been massively overvalued, and I think it's in part because I think the Warriors have really, really good media relationships, and I think that they've developed those when they've been good over the last couple of years. And I think everyone's really caping hard for Wiseman, Wiggins, and 2 picks. I don't think that that's a good package either. But I guess it was some joke video about how we're asking for too much, and then Damian Lillard commented a bunch of crying faces on it.
in no world should Andrew Wiggins be the highlight of a Ben package.
He's a negative asset. I don't care what anyone tells me. He might not be a bum anymore.
The guy
He's a
makes
negative asset.
The guy makes like 3 jumpers and a free throw, and everyone's like, "Oh, better than Ben Simmons." Like, okay, great.
I've never seen a player that people are more willing to after like any week-long stretch of good basketball. People are ready to anoint Andrew Wiggins as like a good player all of a sudden. It's like it's every single year too. It's outrageous to me.
Maple Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, Maple Jordan.
But it sounds like the Sixers were high on him at the deadline, right? They're shopping around at him.
That was a rumor, yeah. I don't get the Wiggins stuff.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I was high on Wiseman last year, but he would scare the shit out of me at this point.
You think so? I didn't. I mean, he definitely played worse as the season progressed, but I thought he had a pretty good start of the year, man. I don't know. Like I watched a couple games early on. I was like, this guy, he's got range, moves really well. I don't. Something clicked that he just went downhill after that. But
It's just not the best situation for him.
Yeah,
for sure. For sure. My thing with Wiseman, I thought last year's draft was really weak at the top in terms of guys who had superstar potential. So I was high on Wiseman because we hadn't seen it. Almost helped him, in my opinion, that we hadn't seen him a lot. because he showed just those brief flashes of like just insane athleticism and brilliance. So I think that actually helped him a lot more than it hurt him that he wasn't able to play his college year. I think we would have saw some of the flaws that we did end up seeing last year had he played a full college season at Memphis. But yeah, it's hard to completely throw him out in the trash because of how athletic he is and his pedigree. But I definitely saw a lot that I was concerned in. But you're right. That was a tough situation to throw him into to try to contribute and help compete for the playoffs. Grew up on the Turkish Black Sea, Alperen Sengun. Pretty sick Instagram picture they're showing.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to predict what's gonna happen next because my mock draft is just it's up in flames.
I'm gonna lose every bet I made for prop bets for the draft. Jeez.
I wonder what the odds were for Primo to be a lottery pick.
Oh, I'm sure they were crazy.
Turkey, baby.
Tell you what, Sengun's showing me a little bit more on these highlights defensively than I would have thought.
Who did Memphis get at 17?
Did they make the pick?
It's New Orleans at 17 next.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they're picking for New Orleans. Who's that?
I'd be curious to see if New Orleans goes with Cam Thomas. I think he makes a lot of sense there. Not that I've heard anything in relation to that. Just
I have Jared Butler going here.
Who was the guy the Sixers selected late first round and never played?
All of them?
Andrzej Pasechniks?
Andrzej Pasechniks.
Over Siakam.
Just let Kendrick Perkins say the names.
I wanted Josh Hart
instead of
bad.
Adam Silver going up, it should just be Perk every time.
Nick, I have no clue who this is, so no.
Someone asked a question. Do I think Westbrook is good, or does everyone think Westbrook's good for the Lakers?
Deeps, this is gonna break your heart right here.
No.
That makes a ton of sense for New Orleans. That makes a ton of sense for New Orleans.
Floor space.
Yep, absolutely. And defense too.
Yeah.
3 and D. 3 and D is exactly what they need. That makes so much sense.
This is the perfect trade for them.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris. It was gonna happen.
I'm so sad.
Hopefully, his dad says thank you for our podcast we put out there back in.
You're welcome. I already know.
I think
there is a rumor floating that the Sixers are trying to move up to 23.
Really?
What I'm hearing.
Interesting.
Who's at 23? Houston?
Houston, yeah.
Give him 53.
So that's. I'm surprised. All right, so you got a lot on your board, Mark. Still available.
Yeah, for sure. Trey Murphy there. I think that they got a better player at 17 than Memphis got at 10. So you move back. I think they got the better player in the deal with Valanciunas by far for me. So I think they got the best player in the deal, and then I think that they made the most with their draft pick at 17 after moving down from 10. I think that makes an absolute ton of sense. I love the pick for New Orleans, even though I'm not as high on Trey Murphy as some of you guys. I think that he's a relatively sure thing, and you know what you're getting with Trey Murphy. And that's a guy who can shoot the three at volume and can defend really well. I have concerns about pretty much everything else, but those two areas make him a rock solid sure thing because I have no doubts that those two skills are going to translate at the next level.
Yeah, Trey Murphy, you just watch the tape here and you realize, look at this. One of the best cutters, finishers at the basket in the draft. He gets it done from beyond the arc. He gets it done at the rim. Just a modern stretch potential big that knows his role and I think is going to thrive in the NBA with more spacing. Just look at him defensively. Potentially just his quick feet, his wingspan. Being able to defend multiple positions just screams just the modern NBA forward. So I'm really upset right now. I was really hoping he would slip a little bit, but here we are.
Cam Johnson's probably a good comp for him, right?
I had a different comp.
I had DeAndre Hunter.
I think he's a bit more of a 4 than those guys, though.
I had Tayshaun Prince.
Yeah, I like Tayshaun Prince more than the other comps, but it's tough because he's such a volume 3-point shooter, and Tayshaun Prince played in a different era where that wasn't asked of guys at his position. So I would love to find like a rangy 4 who can play a little 3, who can shoot the 3 well. I'm trying to kind of rack my brain as we sit here. I don't know.
Isaiah Todd, man, that's my guy.
I'm trying to think of an NBA comp for Trey Murphy, like a current one. I'm
Danielle Marshall.
Yeah. I think he's probably a better defender than Danielle Marshall. I can't remember Danielle Marshall's game too specifically anymore, but yeah, it's tough. I have to think. I don't know. It's tough. But Trey Murphy's a volume shooting defender, and he's got a lot. I don't see necessarily a lot of the other offensive upside. There were a lot of times last year where Virginia felt like they desperately needed someone who could go get a bucket and step up, and Trey Murphy definitely couldn't do that off the dribble or off the ball or anything like that. But I mean, the 3-point shot, it's why I dislike pretty much all the guys that I dislike on the board because they can't shoot. So you have to be able to reward the guys who can shoot because it's obvious that 3-point shooting is the way of the NBA at this point. So he has the most important skill that there is for a guy at his position. And you see it there. He's got deep range too. It's not just college threes.
Oh yeah. He was my guy from how long, Tiago? I think he was one of our first guys that we covered, and he's been
Trey Murphy you're talking about.
Yeah,
it was our first guy back in like April.
I love Trey Murphy, so
yeah, his dad didn't give us a shout out. I think at that time, we were talking about like he may be a first round, he may even stay in school. I think he got a good word out of the NBA Combine and
100%. When we first started him, he was in that second round area.
Yeah.
What if Presti is just like perpetually just trading back for multiple firsts and just like has actually no intention of using them, or just is like, just like fucking around with first round picks?
I really do think that his long term goal is to one day have every single first round pick just be OKC. And he's not going to be giving up on that dream.
And he's just sitting back in this chair smoking a cigar, like, I can't possibly lose this draft. It's great.
When I lose, I win.
Yeah. I'm the only winner, but I'm the only loser too.
Hey, you can't botch your first round pick if you never make a first round pick.
That's right. You also can't say that you bombed the draft if you also won the draft and he got the best player.
If you make every pick, one of them has to hit.
A whole new level.
3D chess, not even 3D, 4D chess.
He's just gonna bank on it 1 year where like every pick he has is like a team that just rebuilds, and he just like all 14 lottery picks go to the Warriors.
Have you guys seen this Kendrick Perkins Moses Moody clip?
No, but I'm sure it's awful.
Moses Moody just sent Kendrick Perkins' brain into a tailspin. He couldn't get the name out. He said it wrong like 7 times, and he just kept trying to go back and correct it.
Moses Moody?
Yeah,
Is there? Put it up. Share it so we can all watch.
I don't know. I don't know how to share it on the screen. I can play it into the mic. I don't know if that'll come through well, but
real quick. So Shams is saying that it's Chicago, Boston, and Toronto are the teams interested in Lonzo Ball.
Yeah, Chicago makes a ton of sense.
The door for the Lowry Lonzo sign and trade if Toronto decides that they want to get something back for him.
Yeah, I think Chicago and Toronto make the most sense there.
Yeah, how does Ball work with Tatum? Like, I don't even get that.
I mean, would he really be an upgrade over Smart? I mean, he would definitely be an upgrade over Smart.
It's just different. It's just so different, yeah.
Tatum is just such a ball stopper in that offense, man. I don't know if you get the best out of Lonzo there.
I like Lonzo. It is.
I like Lonzo a lot. I love Lonzo. I think he'd be great.
Can we watch this real quick?
Yeah.
The best to ever do it. When you look at Modi
What was that?
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
Do it again. Do it again.
That's so funny.
What the hell was that? Is he drinking? How can you get the name?
Who cuts it? Someone cuts in. It's like I gotta help him out. Like, oh my
God.
I'm really crying.
Oh, that's the best shit ever. That's not
Loses Modi.
It was almost like a robotic skipping of things. Like he was trying. He couldn't process. It just couldn't process.
Like spilled coffee on his control system.
That name whooped his ass.
They're just like, someone unplug Perk, please. Just someone,
Cut the mic off.
someone burn his contract and just kick him out.
Send him down to GB. Vin bomb. Austin, you got a Vin bomb.
Someone just says
Most 5 tries.
That's gonna go.
Oh,
That's,
wow.
That's famous. That's gonna be
Another one of your guys is off the board.
Who?
Ah, damn, that's one of my guys.
Is it
Damn
Cam?
it.
Man.
Is it
Trey
Cam?
Man.
Oh.
No, Trey Man.
Is that the OKC pick or is that somebody else's pick? That's
It's an
okay.
actual- that's actually an
OKC.
pick.
Oh man, I wanted Trey Man.
Trey
Who
Man
went at
is off.
17?
Oh man, really?
Murphy.
Murphy. Yeah.
Murphy. That feels like that happened an hour ago.
So Murphy went to the Grizzlies and he went to the Pelicans, right?
Pelicans, yes. What a fit. What a fit.
All over the place, man.
All right, we're getting to that territory where like this is. Remember how we did these mock drafts, Triago, and it's like murder's row. Like
Yeah.
all the guys
Did
are.
you just have your own Kendrick Perkins moment?
Yeah.
Triago.
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 Triago. We got a Vin bomb. We got a Vin bomb, Austin.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Are trading up for Sharif Cooper, Vin bomb.
Dude, I hope that everyone is I hope like everyone unfollows him. He is so annoying.
That's a Vin nuke.
That's a Vin.
All right.
By the way, I didn't say this earlier, but the Russell Westbrook LeBron James basketball fit is pretty funny. Like, it's definitely not the ideal point guard you want to play with LeBron, but I digress.
It gives me like some JR.
Oh wow.
Late in game.
Knicks are trading the 19th pick to Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Yeah, they want to trade Murphy. That's why they're trading out.
Wow, that makes sense. This could be Kai Jones. Someone said sliders. Kai Jones. I'm a bit surprised he hasn't picked yet. I could definitely see Charlotte trading back up here for Kai Jones. He's probably the highest rated big.
This is gonna be Kai Jones for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. Bring in Kai Jones and then go get Miles Turner, and then you just have 2 Texas centers.
I've been very pro Kai Jones on Charlotte for a while now. I feel like his game for that because they're looking for a long-term center, and I feel like his game matches so well with LaMelo and what they're trying to do down there. It's a perfect fit.
That team is going to be explosive, man. Holy hell!
And
Not a lot of defense. Not a lot of defense, but
they're going to put up a ton of points.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Charlotte, I'd still end up going with Jalen Johnson here, but I could totally get the Kai Jones. Feels the need here. Definitely not one of my favorite players left, though.
we're starting to get into the Jared Butler, Cam Thomas range right now.
Yeah, Trey Man that early was disappointing. I thought he was going to drop.
If I'll tell you what, if Cam Thomas makes it past 22, wow.
Yeah,
I'll definitely start having some thoughts.
I'm just trying to think about who. I mean, if that rumor is true that Corell was saying, who would Philly want to trade up to 23 to get?
It would have to be something like somebody like Cam Thomas, I would think, with like that high upside.
Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I love Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, same.
Oh, I like that pick. Ooh. I don't think Jalen Johnson will get any playing time on the Sixers.
Yeah, I can see it. I think he's so good defensively and someone who could play a little stretch 5 as well as the cover 3s and 4s, in my opinion. So I think the defensive versatility could definitely get him some minutes right away. But I understand where you're coming from with that bozo Doc Rivers. He definitely doesn't like to play young players. I'll call him a bozo, Austin. I'm sorry. I know you're a fan. I think he did a terrible job in the playoffs.
I didn't say anything.
You made a face. I saw the face.
There's a fly on my nose.
Maybe he's gonna come out differently this year.
Yeah. I'm not saying fire him or anything. I'm just saying
I'm kind of thinking they go for Bones here.
Yeah.
You think the Sixers? So you think
that's my gut.
It definitely could happen.
Not sourced, but my gut.
I still think Grimes just seems like a guy Morey would like to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just projecting. But I think Grimes makes so much sense. Highland, I have literally one spot behind Grimes, so I would love either. But I kind of wish we had a Spike Lee. I'll be honest. Is it M. Night Shyamalan that cool? I don't know.
We had Meek for a little while there.
Yeah, that's fair. Meek Mill's like a Patriots fan though, so
no,
whatever. I have my own thoughts on Meek Mill.
Tiago hates Doc more than he hates Tatum. It's kind of impressive.
No, it's 1A, 1B right now, man. I'm not gonna lie. For the record, I don't hate Doc. I think he did a good job. I just thought that he got completely lost in the postseason, as we predicted many times throughout the It was like
I retort that with, why don't you try to win a series with your point guard that won't play?
All right, you can't be doing that when you've been telling us complaining about the Ben Simmons discourse about how every player is better than him. You can't also then turn around and say that there's nothing he could have done better when he could have stopped playing Dwight Howard.
It was a whole debate. The bottom line is this: there would have been easy to put blame either way if they had just gotten Lowry, because it would have smoothed things over and it would have made a definitive loser out of somebody. But Ben's failure was a domino effect on everybody, and Doc suffered.
But also, it's also like the Atlanta Hawks without Hunter, Reddish, a bunch of guys on the roster.
If you recall, I don't. You probably weren't. You probably were doing your own thing, but I went on the radio on Saturday for the series. And I said I could see the Hawks winning the series, and the host was like, "What?" And I said they were a good team. So I thought they were a good team regardless of him being out.
This doesn't have to do with the Hawks for me. It has to do with the fact that whatever. I don't want to do a whole discourse.
I'm not talking about the Hawks anymore.
I don't want to do a whole discourse, but we saw for 6 months that Ben Matisse Dwight did not work, and then 4 minutes into game 1, we got Ben Matisse Dwight. There's not much to say. Yeah, Ben's failures was a trickle-down effect, and it negatively affected everyone else on the roster. And that's been a lot of my point to being more open to some of these other trade scenarios. But it's not and Doc Rivers did everything he could to try to see what we could do around Ben Simmons to make the problem better. No, in fact, he did everything he could to make the problem worse with playing Dwight Howard and Matisse with him.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I like Richard Jefferson as a talking head on ESPN. By the way, he's my favorite guy.
There goes your boy, Mark.
I didn't see it. Oh, good for it's Atlanta. God damn it.
Atlanta's stacking up now.
I love that pick, man.
I wonder if that means that. I guess that means that
Reddish,
Collins or Reddish is gone.
I legit think he's just a better version of Reddish.
Buy low on Reddish, man. Buy low on Reddish.
They've been shocking Reddish.
I love Reddish. I think he'd be a great player.
I like Reddish, but I like Johnson a lot more.
He had a great shooting partner in high school.
Who was that?
He had a great shooting partner in high school.
But you played with Reddish too? Did you really?
Yeah, we were teammates. I was a senior. He was a freshman.
I thought you played with Lamar.
I played with him and Reddish, same team.
Really?
Yep.
Man.
I could hoop a little bit. No, I couldn't really, but
You can shoot. Shooting doctor, man.
I was more along the lines of the guy who drove them to different places. I'm sure they got there safely.
I love that Spike Lee came all the way down to Barclays just to see.
People talk shit on Spike Lee. He's a diehard fan, man. Good for him. Like he was like, you know what? I'm a rich person and a celebrity, and like I'm gonna devote like my life to a team, and he chose the wrong one clearly, but it's pretty cool. Like I don't know, I like that.
That Clipper Pippen dunks on Ewing and then tells Spike to sit the fuck down. That's a classic. He just points at him, sit the bleep down.
Let's hurry this draft up, fellas.
Who took Trey Man?
Trey Man went
OKC.
A few picks ago, yeah.
Okay.
18 OKC.
No, this is where it's going to get really crazy.
Maybe the Sixers go for like Keon Johnson.
That's a swing right there.
I would hate that. Just let me put that out there. I would not like that fit at all.
That would be like, what the hell?
You talk about a guy that will not play. If we draft Keon Johnson, he is not playing for the Sixers. I'm not usually a guy that thinks that the Sixers should go get a guy who needs to play right away. But with what could be a very big trade looming, where roster spots are a bit more thin on the roster, I do think that using 28 on a cost-controlled guy who you have confidence in that can play right away, I do think that that's important. So I get the notion of wanting to take, that huge swing like the Nuggets tend to, or like a lot of teams tend to in the back end of this draft, or like Toronto did with Siakam. But I really do think that I'd rather kind of go along that Matisse Maxey wave of trying to get a guy who can compete right away.
So they got Kai Jones, the Knicks did.
They're so behind. The TV draft is so behind right now.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is going to Charlotte.
It's going to Charlotte. Okay, yeah.
Right.
What a suit. My goodness. What a suit.
Yeah, for sure. Strong suit.
I like it a lot.
Kai is gonna be so good at Charlotte.
Kai Carlin?
Well, that Kai.
Guys, we're almost there.
Cam Thomas is out.
I'm getting anxious.
Aussie needs a nap.
We still have a whole second round to get through.
Austin, you're not sticking out for the second round?
I am old as shit, fellas. I need my full 16 hours of sleep.
16 hours of sleep.
How did you do in the West Coast games? Did you actually did a write-up afterwards?
What, the West Coast games?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Stay up till 1, wrote every night.
That must have been fun.
I was a zombie the next day.
And you had to do that for a whole week, too.
It's not fun.
Oh, man, my draft stream's freezing up here. Oh, no, it's like that's just the screen. All right.
No one understands the grind that Austin went through last year.
Yeah.
Like, that is the most ridiculous grind. Like, people don't fully respect like how ridiculous amount of work that is. It's crazy.
It's a lot of writing.
It's hard. It's really hard.
You're gonna get arthritis in your fingers.
Joe, I get arthritis every time I move. Every time I move, something hurts. So.
I mean,
you're only a year older than me, boss.
I played basketball like the first time in a year last week. I was like KO'd on the court. I was like, someone get me an IV of Coke right to my arm.
I had that moment.
Diet Coke.
I had that moment a couple months ago, and I haven't played since. I'm too embarrassed to go back.
Yeah.
Oh, I played today and I couldn't miss.
I'm so out of shape. It's unbelievable.
I'm out of shape too. But I just need, give me like 2-3 minutes under the rim just to get my touch back. I'm good.
Pick who is the most handsome.
Definitely Thiago. What the hell was that?
I got a beat from somebody. Sorry. Ignore that. Can you cut that out from the stream?
No, definitely not.
Who's the most handsome draft prospect? That's the
You got some explaining to do.
Who is the most handsome draft prospect left? That's the question.
All right. Where are we at? Are we at pick? We're at pick 20.
It's coming.
We're at
I
pick
can
20.
feel it coming in the air tonight.
Oh Lord.
I've been waiting for it. What has this live stream turned into?
We haven't even gotten out the top 20 yet.
Oh my God! Can someone just alter their franchises already and make picks? Jesus Christ!
I need a trade. I need a seismic trade right now.
I think it's safe to delete the Ben Simmons trade stream. Is that fair?
Yeah, he's
It's
not
never fair. No,
It's never safe with your Morey.
You're going to regret
Hey,
it.
I mean, well, you know, a Vin bomb just dropped. Daryl Morey is working tirelessly to move Tobias Harris.
Oh,
just now?
So rename the stream to Tobias Harris trade stream.
I can do that.
Vin traded Tobias Harris at least 5,000 times this year. So
it was borderline psychotic the amount of hate he had for him.
He was literally every game, every missed shot.
Austin.
What did Austin do? Oh no. What has he done?
That must have felt good.
He's starting on the war right now.
I think
Yeah,
so.
might have.
Did you quote tweet at least?
No, I just replied to him.
Oh, you replied straight up. Okay.
I mean, it had to be said.
Yeah, that's something you just gotta revise.
I like the all-white suit. The
Wow,
all-white suit.
this is blowing up too. Wow, wild.
Justin says, "What are we thinking with the Sixers pick right now?"
Anybody's guess.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in like 18 hours we'll get there. I mean, Jared Butler's still there. Cam Thomas is still there. You know, my guy Bones Highland's still there. There's definitely a lot of guys that are available, but this is that murder's row. We're getting into that area, at least in like mock draft simulators that take all my favorite guys. So this is where it gets really crazy.
So I think if they're looking at fits right away, Grimes, McBride, Bones, even Wieskamp, I would not hesitate to pick Wieskamp late first.
Really?
Yeah, I would not. I think he's going to be a pretty good shooter at the NBA. Those combine numbers are legit, man. That definitely changed the conversation around him.
McBride would be a great pick.
Yeah, he would. I think great defensive player, man. He's going to be. He's got like a TJ McConnell energy on defense, but he's just a much bigger, more impactful defender.
And he can shoot too.
Yeah, he can shoot. He plays off the ball. He's got good feel as a ball handler. He does everything you want out of a guy that late. If you want to go like home run swing projects, like Josh Christopher, right? So we talked about him. I mean, that guy is lottery level talent, man. I mean, but he's got to put it all together. So
yeah, I mean, I had Cam Thomas as my irrational confidence guy, but I watched a lot more Josh Christopher film. Josh Christopher is giving Cam Thomas a run for his money for irrational confidence guy.
Irrational, yeah, for sure. Dropped 28 points against Villanova. You're like, this guy's a stud. And
That reply is blowing up.
Oh, really?
But yeah, he would drop like 28 against Nova, and then he would drop like 13 with about 5 air balls the next game.
I mean, I can't imagine Doc Rivers' patience for that, but I love that moldy clay type prospect.
If anything, he would be unreal entertainment in Delaware.
You know what happened in Philly, right? He comes in, scores like Michael Carter Williams, runs like a 25-point, 15 assist kind of game, and then like Philly really crowns him as like, you know, the next coming, and then he goes like 0 for 50 the next 5 games. Like, what happened?
Yeah, and then Austin Vin gave you the old get out of here. Gave you the boot.
Does it? I can't believe anybody has the balls to draft a Duke player anymore.
I mean, like, at some point, like there's no way people still buy his whole shtick. Like he lucked himself. He guessed so many times and lucked himself into like and that everyone was like, I told you he was real. Like, no, he just lucked into like three little things.
That was a pretty epic one, though. You're not gonna lie. It was like literally the night before, like before he went to bed. He's like, the Sixers signed.
No, the one that I don't understand.
It was like, boom.
The one I don't understand, and it doesn't make any sense, is when he announced Daryl Morey to the Sixers before anybody else. That's
my God.
I don't understand. I don't get it how he got that one.
That was luck. That was
But the
so
timing
luck.
of it was perfect. It was like the night before.
Yeah, it was like a Saturday night. It was a Saturday night, and everyone was like, "Yeah, I wish." And they woke up, and it was true. And it was like, it was the most random. I don't. That's the one that's the one that doesn't make sense.
But that's the worst thing that could ever happen. He got one right. Now there are people that will actually believe that when he says.
I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I get 2 to 3 DMs every time he tweets one of those things out.
Like, it's just
it happens literally every day. and sometimes it's the same person, and I'm like, I don't know how many different ways to tell you this. It's a bit. It's just a bit. And they still are like, yeah, but the Daryl Morey and the Carson Wentz thing before noon. I'm like, he got lucky twice. like ask yourself, has Bradley Beal been traded to Miami 6 times? Has Kyle Lowry been traded to the Sixers twice? Like come on.
He had Levine going to the Sixers for like 2 weeks.
The Bulls fans are like,
I don't think Levine was in Philadelphia for a minute last season.
Oh my! Dude, imagine if he had this bit going when LeBron was a free agent. Oh my God!
The Bulls fans, when he tweeted that, Bulls fans are like, "Who are you? Levine is never going to leave Chicago." He's like, he loves us. We love him. I was like, calm down.
Vin's account is just an amazing example in just an amazing experiment in social media. How like it doesn't matter about what you write or say. Like no one cares what you said 2, 3, 4 days ago. Everything is like right now, and that's what gets you followers. That's the amazing kind of borderline sad component of it all. It's like this amazing experiment that. He's just playing this massive joke on everybody.
Oh, wow. Detroit's getting number 21. New York is trading it.
Wait, what? Another trade?
Yeah, New York just traded number 21 to Detroit.
But when are the Sixers going to trade 25?
28.
No, 25 is Ben Simmons.
When are we going? When are we going to the Sixers stream? When should we like pick 25? 24?
Like 25 would be good.
25? All right.
Oh, my God.
Keon's gone?
Good take.
Keon. It's only a matter of time before he got picked.
Keon, number 21. I'm kind of liking my board right now.
Yeah, man.
If I'm Daryl Morey, I'm sitting pretty. I'm going to sit here and see how it plays out these next few picks.
I'm just going to riff, baby.
Riff? What does that mean?
That's what Daryl Morey said.
I'm just riffing, baby.
I'm just riffling, baby, or whatever the hell.
I'm just riffing, baby, yeah.
There's some guys here. There's some real guys. Remember when I said at the beginning of the show, like I love the thought process of maybe trading up in that second round and getting another guy that can be a real complimentary piece. Like this is the way that board is falling right now.
Wait a second. We just riffing in here, baby?
Yeah, we're just riffing.
We are riffing and Cam Thomas still on the board.
Oh, I'm riffing with Cam Thomas on the board. Oh my God.
Right now. So is Jared Butler. 2 guys expected to be out of the board right now.
By the way, I want to yell at Joey about something real quick. He disrespected Cam Thomas, so this is my job to come in here.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. I know he's on board with me. I'm joking, but he compared Josh Christopher and Cam Thomas, which is something that bothered me.
That was
What
strictly
happened with
off-
Josh Christopher? Where's he on the thing?
Wait,
He's-
hold up.
No, I know
never
that.
mind, no, this is going to the Clippers. Oh, man,
Oh.
Woj guy did again.
Oh man, throwing my headset off.
I don't know. I think there's a new insider.
I think he lost his fastball. I hate to say it. My close personal friend.
And so the Knicks are trading trading Keon to the Clippers, and the Knicks are not going to pick at 25.
I don't get a contender winning Keon.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go, man.
Yeah.
Pull up in that.
Oh, but just to finish my point, Josh Christopher, he does have irrational confidence on the level of Cam Thomas. I don't disagree. So I was just making a joke, but I don't like Josh Christopher because he's not an efficient 3-point shooter. He doesn't get to the line, but he is a chucker. I just think it's mostly from the mid range, and I don't know how translatable that's going to be. He was a guy that high pedigree, high recruit coming in. He was definitely disappointing, similar to Zaire Williams.
I do think
that was strictly off of irrational confidence. But
the
thing is, Cam Thomas actually made baskets.
Yeah,
he did, but like
no, I know you're a Cam Thomas guy.
Like a shot selection. Like if he just got better shot selection, I think his 3-point shooting will go up. I'm not a shot doctor, but I don't think there's anything wrong with his shot. He just
which guy?
Josh Christopher.
Yeah. I don't think. Yeah, that's maybe fair.
So Washington might be trading number 22.
Jesus.
Really?
Well, Fisher said
Trying to get their big five.
they need a big five. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, honestly, Davis Bertans got disrespected not being included in this big conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Mark, I thought you were way more cultured than that. It's Davis Bertans.
That's fair. I got yelled at today on a thing on Barstool for calling Micah Parsons Mika Parsons after me and Dibes did I don't know how many draft podcasts. Dibes probably corrected me multiple times on it, and I still have it wrong. I still can't. My brain just says Mika Parsons. Every time we play him on Dallas, it's gonna do the same thing.
Isaiah Jackson at 22.
I had Isaiah Jackson under 21 and a half. I bet Isaiah Jackson under 21 and a half and Corey Kispert under 13 and a half. Missed both by one. Unbelievable. Awesome.
Did you guys know that Davis Bertans actually has he lost a finger in an accident when he was a kid, and he's still a 40-something, and it's on his shooting hand. He's still a 40-something% 3-point shooter.
I heard him say it made him.
He's like Gerald Green. Gerald Green lost a finger too.
Yeah. I thought it was Gerald Green lost a finger? Did he have an extra one?
No, he lost a finger.
He lost one? Yeah. The thing with Bertans, even though you just told me, I already forgot. Bertans. He, I think I heard him in an interview say that it actually helps him, which is insane to think about.
I need all the fingers I can get when I shoot.
Yeah, my shot's so broken. I'm like Markelle Fultz. It's a different one every time.
So Isaiah Jackson, that's a pick.
I thought he was a Knick for sure.
I thought it was gonna be a Rocket.
That could be fair, yeah.
Wait, so Houston still has their back-to-back picks. I'm shocked at that.
So how about Brad Miller, the Grand Slam?
Bamboo, baby.
That was a piss rocket.
Oh my god, dude.
That thing was obliterated. He absolutely crushed it.
I've never seen Brad Miller hit a ball like that. Like that was
oh wow.
My god.
Isaiah Jackson going to Indiana.
That's I don't like that.
Are you guys still on?
What?
Are you guys still on?
Who? Lots.
Tier 1.
Yeah, lots.
Yeah, it's hard not to be excited about the possibilities at 28 here.
Yeah, I'm sitting nicely here. I got a lot of guys available.
There are a lot of guys still available.
Wait, so Isaiah Jackson went 22, right?
Yeah, and he's getting traded to
Indiana. So what are you guys' thoughts on Butler? You think the medical, even though he checked out, teams are scared?
It could also.
Good.
It could also just be, a case of he did have that medical scare. And even if the medicals aren't the reason that it's pushing him back for that week or two, he probably couldn't work out for teams in the way that a lot of these fringe guys have. And when it might be 50-50, when it might be really close, these teams are probably just leaning towards the guys that they've spent more time with and are more positive on about the medicals, even if he was cleared by everyone,
Do you see the fit with the Sixers? I do. I actually think he can come in and right over Shake Milton and be like, "Yo, Shake, sorry, you're just the floor spacer now."
Yeah, he's the number 2 player on my big board right now. I guess I'll just go through my best available. Number one's Cam Thomas. Number 2 is Jared Butler. Number 3 is, I would assume, number 4 Quentin Grimes. Number 5 Jaden Springer. That would be my top 5.
I forgot.
Butler really improved as a playmaker too. I mean, he's not going to be making these advanced reads, but he can make the nice reads out of pick and roll.
Yep.
Oh wow, Aaron Holiday to the Wizards. So they do have their big 5 now.
I do not like trading the 22nd pick for Aaron Holiday. That is not exciting.
Yeah.
Well, you were right. Big 5.
How do you think Dinwiddie fits in that big 5?
Wow, the prospects the Dodgers gave the Nationals aren't even that good. Whatever. This is.
I don't understand why Trey Turner got included on the deal. Can somebody tell me? He's one of the best players in baseball.
Yeah, that's insane. They traded Josiah Gray.
They just gave them away.
I don't get it.
Away.
They got a good catcher prospect and like a decent pitcher prospect who hasn't looked that great since this came out.
Krell. Beal, Kispert, Hachimura, Dinwiddie, Aaron Holiday. What a big 5. That's a big 5.
And I talk to their GM fairly often, so it's going to be awkward now.
And the Wizards are getting the 31st overall pick.
All right, what I miss?
Aaron Holiday to the Wizards to complete the big 5.
And then the Wizards traded Beal to the Sixers.
They need.
Yeah.
Wait. Isn't Kispert's first name Corey?
Yeah.
There's Corey in the house. Corey is in that. It's the show. Remember the show?
No.
Oh, in Washington. Yeah, it's a pretty average show.
The Disney show. Yeah.
Corey off of That's So Raven, I believe.
Yeah, that's exactly right. What a new thing we can do. Whew.
Corey Kispert in the house.
That's the only reason to do that is to just be able to say that.
I saw someone said he looks like a Winklevoss brother. It's pretty crazy that the Winklevoss brothers are as referable to as they are, considering that movie came out so long ago, and it's not like the Winklevoss brothers are like in the news. It's funny that movie is just like that. I guess that relatable.
Kispert really does look like a High School Musical extra.
For sure.
He's one of the guys on the basketball team. That's just riding on the bench there.
He's definitely I'm not going to cancel myself. I'll avoid being canceled.
Just don't say it.
I'll bite my tongue. Man, Sharif Cooper is like this guy, Rob Smith, and I agree with him on Jared Butler. Sharif Cooper's my nightmare at this point because I think he's like the realistic guy who they could take. Yeah, I've said it before. I really don't see anything else besides vision in his game.
Sharif
don't
Cooper,
believe in the shot.
I can see him going to Houston.
No, yeah, that's the main thing. I don't think he can become a good shooter, and I think it's as broken as any shot in the draft. What's up?
I was gonna say I just think he's got to speed it up.
Ooh.
I mean, it's just
it's so slow. It's like a granny shot.
Usman Garuba right here.
Is that locked in?
Who?
Garuba.
So the funny thing about Garuba, I didn't end up ranking in my top 30. I actually like Garuba more than I like Giddey or Sengun. I think he's the most you could see what he is. big who can defend the pick and roll, and he's going to
Yeah.
get blocked shots, and that's about it. Like he's a defensive center, and I mean, there's room for that. Like we know he's going to get time. He's definitely going to be a backup big. I mean, I don't know, like maybe it takes him a little bit to get there, but he's a really smart defensive player, really good defensive player.
He might
And
be
I
the
think
best. He might be the best defender in this draft.
Yeah,
I'd have to think about that.
he allowed 0.78 points per one-on-one possession, which is pretty low, according to Synergy.
He just
Isaiah-
needs a
Isaiah
semblance of
Jackson.
an offensive game.
Yeah, Isaiah Jackson's probably right there with him too, and
Yeah.
it depends on how much you believe in Evan Mobley's defense. I kind of do. I would say he's right there too. But those three guys are the first three names that come to mind for me as best defenders, at least best big man defenders. But Garuba, I can definitely understand why Houston would go with him here.
I kind of like this Houston team. I'm not gonna lie.
Who have they picked tonight? It's Jalen Green and someone else in Garuba.
They got Green, Sagun, and now they get Garuba.
Sengun, yeah, I get it.
And they
those
pick
are
again
three-
right here.
Josh Christopher. Wow.
They took him.
Wow.
Ugh,
So who took him?
Houston.
yuck.
I like it, man.
I like Garuba. I don't like Christopher.
Or as all the Del Valley would call them, Houston. Uston.
Houston.
Yes.
I want to see. I would love to have seen a sports radio try to pronounce Usman Garuba.
I know all the Knicks fans want all the Knicks fans want Jared Butler. I've seen on
I
Twitter.
would like to see Howard Eskin try to spell that. It would be just like Usman Arula, he'd probably say.
Usman Garuba.
If the Knicks wanted to just get another Emmanuel quickly, they could draft Bones Highland. Not that they're exactly the same. They just kind of remind me of each other.
Yeah. I love Quickly, man.
Quickly's. I love Quickly.
That was Austin's guy. He had him like in the top 5 last year.
Who?
You top 5 or 10.
Who?
Quickly.
What did I say about IQ? I told you. I said top 8. I said I take him top 8, and everyone was like,
Yeah, I had Quickly and Maxey top 10 last year, and people thought I was crazy. Those are my two guys. I'm always gonna fall in love with a Kentucky guard, though.
But
And I think
Kentucky guards literally never miss.
Although,
I think they both look great.
To be fair, I was also extremely high on Jordan Wara, who
yes,
had arguably the best rookie year of anybody. He won a championship.
But
So
Austin, are you watching the Olympics?
he
just
was
dropped
cooking the other night.
3 points on somebody.
Hey man, we all have our misses. I talked myself into Kevin Knox. I remember the week before that draft.
So did I.
So did I. So did I.
The week before, I was like, man, he's the youngest player. He can already do all this, man. He's legitimately been like the worst player in the NBA.
I thought he was going to be KD. I really did.
No, I was like out on him until I remember like a week before the draft. There was rumors linking him to the Sixers, and I was like, you know what? I'll look into him a bit harder, and I like fell head over heels.
And of course, his shiny moment is that poster on Ben.
Quentin Grimes, 25.
Oh,
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Mother bleep. That was my guy. Who
Jared
picked him?
Jared Butler's still up there.
the Knicks. He makes so much sense to the Knicks.
He does.
Tibbs is gonna love this dude. This dude might play 44 minutes a game.
I'm just telling you, my guy Bones Highland is just chilling, man.
Is he your top guy?
Oh, is it that big
Right now,
dude?
he's my top guy.
Is it that big white dude?
Does everyone want to go around and say who their top guy is at this point?
No, let's wait. Let's wait.
Okay,
for that.
okay.
We're gonna switch to the new stream soon.
I got you.
Mark, I don't want to get you excited, but Cam Thomas is still up there.
Yeah, no, I can't.
I
Cam and Jared, I can't believe are still there.
Oh, I'm excited. Those are my top two right there, Cam and Jared.
Who else? Deuce McBride is still up there. Sharif Cooper's still up there.
Io. Not that he's somewhat. I know he's kind of been a
man.
second
I've been
rounder,
a lot.
but
Yeah, Austin's boy, Desunmu.
I love
right,
Io.
I'm
I love Io.
Let me quick make an announcement, guys. It's pinned on our comment chat. We're gonna be moving to the Sixers stream here. Just do a quick reaction, our quick grades, how they fit with the Philadelphia 76ers very soon here, probably within the next 5 minutes. So just click that. We're going to put this stream on hold. We're going to say, like, we'll be back momentarily. And after we do our Sixer stream, we'll come right back here. So that is what's going on here. I'll probably make it another announcement very soon.
Chris, you're going to add the link to the chat?
I already put it on our
Discord.
Discord.
Yeah, you did. I sorry, man. Sorry, man. I don't even know what day it is anymore, man. Come on.
I hear what time? Oh yeah, tomorrow.
Every day is a Tuesday now for Thiago.
Tomorrow's Bad Batch day. I got Bad Batch tomorrow.
I'm going for, let's see who.
No, do not announce that yet. We're gonna start. We'll start with that on the next stream.
Found it.
Yeah, I got 6 guys here I really like. Someone asked, do any of you guys like Miles McBride? I think most of us like Miles McBride.
Yeah, I love Deuce.
I would pick Butler ahead of McBride, assuming that medical's okay, which doesn't sound like teams are comfortable with.
I mean, he got medically cleared though, so I feel like that would be enough.
Should we just head over, Dives, to the Sixers stream?
Yeah, it's Quinn Grimes, number 25. Let's go. I'm going to kick everybody out. Everyone has the stream link, correct?
Yep.
All right, guys, we are moving to the next stream here for the Sixers. It's pinned. Go check us out there. We're going to start a new stream for the Sixers. React to the pick. We'll be right back.
You're muted, homie.
Oh, I'm not muted.
Yeah,
Mike Levin.
Deebs is muted.
I believe Mike Levin had Jaden
Oh my
Springer
God, I
like
didn't know I was
7th.
muted.
I believe Mike Levin had Jaden Springer like 7th overall on his big board this week when he was doing his big board. So good for Mike Levin that he's happy.
I love it.
Also, so at 29, Brooklyn picked Day'Ron Sharpe, and then the 30th pick got traded to Memphis, and they took a Santi Aldama.
Where I feel like I heard his name
Jaden Springer.
linked to the Sixers at some point. Or am I thinking of someone else?
Jaden Springer, and who was the other pick?
Day'Ron Sharpe at 29.
Day'Ron Sharpe, that's right.
And then
Where'd he go?
Day'Ron Sharpe at UNC.
No. Where was the pick sent? Did he get traded or no?
Yeah, it went to Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, yeah.
All right. So, all right, here we go. So Jaden Springer is now a Philadelphia 76er. We're getting ready here for the second round. In that case, I'm going to make a drink. See you guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I know nothing about Santi Aldama, so I can't comment.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. I'm not going to be as knowledgeable about some of these second round guys.
I can't believe Butler, Sharif, Deuce, and Ayo are still on the board.
That run was nuts right before the Sixers pick.
Oh yeah.
Bones, Cam, Grimes. That was the holy grail right there.
Oh, I hit two of my bets. I hit Highland and Grimes on the under. I didn't even realize
I'm still so shook that Primo went 12.
That is crazy.
I do think like if they draft, I'm just theorizing, but I think if they drafted Springer, I thought they would have drafted Thomas if it was available. I just get the feeling like they were definitely looking at a guard, a ball handler, and Thomas is just another level above.
No, that could definitely be true. Bones Highland going 26, Cam Thomas going 27. Those definitely hurt. Quentin Grimes 25. Yeah, those all definitely hurt for sure. But I'm pretty happy with where we ended up with the 28th pick. If you would have told me before the night that we ended up with Jaden Springer, I probably would have been pretty happy just because it's not, for me, it's not Josh Christopher, Sharif Cooper, a couple of the guys that I was really low on. So it's nice to not – I don't really have to talk myself into Jaden Springer. It's kind of just a guy I was pretty high on. And obviously now I'll defend him with my life. But,
I wonder what their plan is for him, though, because I don't think he's going to play right away. 18? I don't know.
No, I don't think that they're going to rely on him to play right away, but I don't think it's not an option just because of how good he is defensively and how much I do think he can step in and get to the line and get to the hole. I have no real questions about athleticism with him either.
Depending on how the roster shapes out, I could see him probably spending some time at Delaware just to get reps in.
Yeah, I hope not, but it definitely could happen. It depends. Yeah, it depends if there's a big trade or if we make Ben for a package trade. That obviously was going to shape if we're thin or deep on this roster. I think it depends what we get back for Ben.
Everything I go back to, and I said this at the end of our Sixers stream, and I go back to when Tiago and I did mock drafts with the Sixers. I look at that freaking lineup here when it goes from 25, 26, 27, Quentin Grimes, Nashawn Highland, Cam Thomas. I'm telling you, man, that's gonna haunt my dreams for a long time, and it just sucks. I'm happy for Jaden Springer. I think he's going to be okay, but those were guys that I was very much behind.
That was that run right before the pick, Chris.
Did I not say that? Did I not say that this was like that murder's row?
Yeah,
I was so scared.
There goes your boy Thiago.
It freaking happened.
Tied at 31 to the Wizards.
The Wizards are
the bit. Now that's a big five.
Yeah,
yeah. Crow, update your tweet. Now it's a big 6.
I'm writing. Hold on.
That's not a bad point from Bucher or William Bucher. I don't know how to say the name. Springer looks like a nice mid-ground between Maxey and Thibault. I like it. Surprised Butler fell out of the first round. It's not a terrible comparison. Kind of like a Frankenstein version of Maxey and Thibault. But it's a middle ground version of that. And like I said before, I think it's a middle ground version of a potential long-term kind of pick with an eye towards the future, and also trying to get a guy who they hope can play.
I want to believe in his jumper, but it's such low sample size that you want to hope that it projects. He also he couldn't really hit a pull-up shot too.
Yeah, he was worse shooting from inside the arc than he was out of it. I forget how many attempts he had, something in the 40s. You better believe I'm going to watch every single one of those attempts over the next couple months and talking myself into each shot. But I don't hate the shot at all. Again, it's just so limited. You hope that we can kind of inject him with some confidence in that three-point shot. I know that it's risky for a Sixers fan to be talking about someone improving their three-point shot coming to the Sixers, because usually they get much worse or they just stop shooting it, i.e. Tobias Harris and George Hill. But, hopefully we have a guy that actually goes the other way and improves his three-point jumper while he's here.
Who the hell is this Santi Aldama guy?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Is that the guy the Sixers won in the second round? Austin?
That's what I thought I heard, yeah.
No, that's not Sandro. I don't know who that is.
Do we know anything about Santi Aldama?
I don't know shit
anything about that guy. I never heard in my life. So.
He went to Loyola MD.
Oh, did he?
Maryland. I know, but I was trying to say Loyola MD to emphasize that he went to a no-name school.
All right, guys, I'm going to be busy. I got some behind-the-scenes work to do here.
Well, actually, work.
No, not actual work. Well, I mean, what's work? Still work. I gotta like work on the post we just did.
Oh, I got you.
Are we live? We're live, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're live, man.
Someone said it's almost Mamu time, Darbs.
Who said that?
Someone in the comments.
I'm photoshopping right now.
So I still have six guys available on my top 30.
Who are they?
They are number 12, Jared Butler, number 13, Ayo Dosunmu, number 20, Miles McBride, number 24, Jeremiah Robinson Earl, number 29, Herb Jones, and number 30, Greg Brown. I'll tell you what, I'll talk myself big time into Herb Jones as a second round pick for the Sixers.
We can probably scratch the guards off, right? Because I don't think they're going to double down on guards, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Go like wings and bigs. I think if they're going to make another pick, it's going to be for that.
So, yeah, for me, I'm looking at Robinson Earl, Thor, Herb Jones, and Greg Brown. Yeah. Those are the four guys I'm looking at probably.
Yeah. Thor falling a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not a huge JT Thor guy, man, but
I'm not either.
I'm not huge on him.
I can see the upside with him. Like
Same.
He's big and long, and he's a little bit mobile, but his shot is so like his shot is inconsistent.
Yeah.
He's just one of those big, super athletic upside guys.
And the idea that he might be able to shoot because he shot it so much from three, even if it wasn't all that efficient.
I think he shot 28% from three.
Yeah, it wasn't great, but he shot it a ton. I think he was like a pretty good amount per 40 at least.
I'll tell you what, like what Brian said on the chat, if JRE has a shot, which I'm very bullish on than most, I think his shot's going to translate.
Same.
Now you're talking about a player, man. Like
I'm telling you, I think he could be a Dario level player.
Yeah.
I think Dario's a comp, and I mentioned JRE being a stretch five possibility, maybe even at times. And I think a lot of people would look at that and scoff at it a little bit after watching him at Villanova. But would you have thought a couple of years ago that Dario Saric was a stretch five idea? I mean, I don't think people would have. So I think JRE has similar length in terms of wingspan and height to Dario, and I think he's got a similar game, maybe a little bit worse of a playmaker, maybe a little bit better of a scorer, I'd even almost say, than Dario. But I could definitely see a lot of Dario in him.
I think he moves better in space than Dario does, like slightly better.
Sure.
I think Dario's just like
It's flat, like cement court.
That's fair.
JRE is a little bit faster. I thought.
No, that's definitely fair. Yeah, the one thing, and I said this about Trey Murphy, so I'll bring this up about JRE. When Gillespie went out last year, they really needed someone to step up, and JRE didn't necessarily do as good of a job as I would have hoped. They did go on a bit of a run in the tournament, and I'm not asking for them to beat Baylor. This is more so about some of the regular season games without Gillespie. I forget if it was regular season or conference tournament, but I really expected him to step up a little bit more offensively, but he's not going to be, a primary scorer on your team in the NBA. So he's a bench guy that you're hoping can get some minutes at forward. And I think he can cover 3 through 5 possibly. So he's definitely an interesting guy in the second round, especially if that shot can translate.
Oh yeah, that shot translate. And I think he will, because he took a lot of long distance twos. And his 2-point field goal percentage is pretty good.
Oh, there he goes.
He went, Gary.
OKC picked him at 32. They traded 34 and 36 for him. That's actually kind of a crazy trade.
Wow, I thought he would drop way more.
He's going to get playing time right away there too in OKC.
Who just got picked?
Jeremiah Robinson Earl.
Wow,
your guy. No, Chris is
right.
He's not a big Jerry guy.
Yeah, it's definitely surprising to see him go off the board before Jared Butler, Io, Miles McBride.
I think he's from near that area too.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know that he's exactly from Oklahoma City, but I believe he's from a state nearby.
That's cool. Yeah, I believe in him. I buy into these Nova guys.
Would you? Oh my God! What a night!
Man, I have so much work to do.
What are you working on right now, Chris?
This is what I do, man. This is what I wake up to do at 4 a.m.
Oh my God!
Speaking of Jeremiah Robinson early, just tweeted out congratulating Jaden Springer. It's funny. Wow, 30 seconds ago, he probably didn't even know he was drafted yet. He probably didn't answer the phone. He's like, I'm trying to get a fire tweet off, man.
What does Sixers Twitter think of Jaden Springer? Have you guys followed Sixers Twitter?
I'd say it's a mixed bag.
Okay. Nah, it's mostly universal praise from what I've
really. Okay,
Jason
good.
Jason Preston to 33 right now.
People are really excited about Preston. Where'd he go? Orlando. Okay.
Ohio.
People are really excited about. No, I meant who drafted him. Orlando drafted him. Yeah. People are excited about Preston. I had a couple people in my mentions talking about him. Oh, they're trading him for Clippers.
Summer League is going to be fun. Well, what's the Sixers Summer League roster probably going to be? Probably Springer.
Yeah, dude, that's great. I can't wait to watch him now.
Yeah, he's definitely going to play in it, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? What does that mean for Tyrese? You think he's playing?
I hope not.
Probably. If you got Jaden Springer, do you need Tyrese playing?
Oh, I thought you meant Summer League.
Yeah, Summer League.
Oh yeah, I think regardless he shouldn't have played Summer League.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
But you're gonna have Springer, probably Rajon Tucker, Paul Reed, Isaiah Joe.
Yeah.
That's a fun Summer League squad right there, man. That's a must watch right there.
Yeah, they still got the guy from Florida State on their G League team? The tall guy?
Chris.
Oh no.
Oh man, dude. I thought that guy was gonna change the game in college. I thought that guy was gonna come to the NBA and dominate. With Chris Kumaje, right?
Is Tobias Harris' brother still there?
Chris Kumaje is
Terry.
That guy was terrible.
Chris Kumaje had the best analytic numbers ever.
Oh my god, I loved Kumaje. Him and Kabengele.
Amazing.
If you have a Florida State jersey on, I usually love you. That's why it's so funny that I didn't like Scotty Barnes. But Jonathan Isaac, oh my god, I was in love with Jonathan Isaac.
I mean, Isaac was great.
He's still really good. He just can't stay healthy, and no one wants to go to his sermons. If anyone doesn't know what I'm saying, it makes that joke didn't land at all. He in his rookie year, he asked his team to come see him give a sermon at a church or at his church, and no one came from his team.
There's a movie about that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't actually.
You ever see the movie Draft Day?
Oh, I can't believe I just fell for that. I can't believe I just fell for that. That movie stinks.
I love that movie.
No, I love that movie.
That movie stinks out loud. It has the worst romantic storyline in the history of cinema. Jennifer Garner as the capologist with the GM Kevin Costner, who knocked her up after. Oh my God, what a mess! After he fired his dad, the coach, or something. What a mess! What a mess!
The entire movie, Kevin Costner is trying to find out why no one went to his birthday party. The quarterback.
And then he ends up drafting Chadwick Boseman. Shouts out.
100%. What was it? Kelvin Mack?
Vontae Mack, no matter what.
Vontae Mack or something.
No matter what. Jaden Springer, no matter what. That's what Daryl wrote down on a Post-it note and put it in his pocket. Jaden Springer, no matter what.
That's so funny.
Rokas Jokovitis at 34. I think that might be where I'd sign off, fellas. Rokas Jokovitis might have been the one that did me in. I might hop back on when the Sixers come closer.
What a Jokovitis that is.
That's terrible. I'm logging up for that.
Yeah, that's bad, man. Yeah, that the Jaden Springer shot looks good, man. He's got a very smooth stroke.
Right. I can't believe Butler is still dropping.
It's the medical, man. I'm sorry, it's got to be the medical.
All right, Jaden Springer video is up.
Oh, you just made a little video up?
No, I'm just like updating the tags, and you have to make the tags, and I'm making the Photoshop photo that look good, and then I have to. So remember all those highlight reels and scouting reports we made?
Yep.
So I'm changing the title and the tags, so it's like instead of Sixers draft target Joe Wieskamp, I'm making it like Miami draft pick so and so. You know what I mean? So I'm changing it so it gets more views. Just takes time. So there we are. So where are we at now? I don't even know who's just picked.
I'm watching Jaden Springer highlights right now just to get a little.
Isaiah Todd, JRE, Jason Preston, some guy named Rokas.
Some guy.
What a Jokovitis that is.
That was your best joke of the whole night. What a Jokovitis.
Okay, I think it's safe to say I'm deleting the Ben Simmons trade stream.
No, wait, don't do it yet. Do not do it yet. It's Daryl Morey. Don't do it yet.
Okay, I won't do it yet.
Well, what does your gut say? How long that this drags out?
It's gonna take till the trade deadline.
I would say it's gonna be before September. Would be my guess.
That would be great. I prefer that.
Oh, there goes Herb Jones.
Oh no, where do you go to?
Pelicans.
Why would the Pelicans want Herb Jones? He's like another point forward type. Like I don't get.
Right. I gotta get my big board up to date here. Santi Aldama. I don't know who the heck that is.
I don't think I saw him on a single mock draft I read.
Nope.
Did we lose Mark for good?
What's that?
Did we lose Mark for good?
No, Mark said he's coming back.
He's coming back. Okay.
Oh boy.
There's Santi Aldama.
I can't look at Perk now without thinking about Moses Modi.
Okay, Miles McBride is still available, right?
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to drop in the second round, though. I don't know why he would, but I just had that feeling it was going to drop.
Kessler Edwards would be nice.
Yeah, so I think like Kessler Edwards would be a great get. Wieskamp would be a great get, and obviously like Mamu as a stretch. They said Luka Garza is a good stretch too, but I'm not as big on him as like a defender in the NBA. I think he's going to get exploited pretty easily in the perimeter.
Yeah,
but I think Mamu is like that perfect, dynamic big that can defend, not as strong, but can defend, move, shoot, pass, do a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah. All right, I made it. All right, I'm back. Now I got to get back to editing other shit, stuff. We got some comments here. You're the workhorse, Bryant. Ben says OKC collecting ball handlers. Diverse Conscious says Jaden Springer's a kid prodigy. Love. All right, so our Jaden Springer. Of course, I screwed it up, and I've been drinking, and I wrote Jared Springer on everything. So I had to go back and change it to Jaden. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with right now.
I'm going to be rocking with that Jokobitis joke for a while, I think.
Put that on the Twitter sphere.
Who was the guy that the Sixers traded in that Kings pick swap? It was Gavitis. Like it was
It's two names that I still can't pronounce to this day.
No, it was something blank. Like
there goes Deuce.
Oh, where? To where?
McBride's gone.
Deuce. Yeah, Deuce right now to the Thunder.
Nice.
Thunder just cashing in, man.
Good pick.
This Butler drop, it's not nearly as bad as the Bowl drop from 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have drafted Jared Butler. I feel for the kid, but it's a big risk.
Yeah.
College championship and in the bubble, he won our Connect 4 tournament, beat LJ Cryer, so they're getting the champ. he came in, I don't know, he may still be out there before. We had him on earlier. He's like, no party working out. But Mike and Jay asked him where the mindset came from. When he came to you from Auburn, was that evident immediately in terms of the way you approached the game? Absolutely. Coaches would like to take credit for certain things. Maybe not just as an extremely hard worker, very diligent. In fact,
what are you eating, Chris?
What's up?
What are you eating?
Goldfish, baby.
Oh yeah, baby.
Ew.
You don't like goldfish?
One of the world's worst snacks.
What do you mean?
Horrible snack.
Delicious.
Well, first, he's definitely a first-round talent, so he's a heck of a value.
We're test.
Always values in the second round.
All right. Well, what's an Austin Krell snack?
An entire Chick-fil-A menu?
All right. Not like the snack guys don't give you Chick-fil-A when you want Chick-fil-A. It's not how it works.
Oh, this the Deuce McBride pick, that's going to the Knicks.
Damn it. What are the Knicks taking all these good players now?
Wait, is the draft no longer on ABC?
Nope.
What is this shit? I gotta go back to listening to Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah. What is this? The Knicks finally making good decisions.
Outrageous.
So Mace Teague and Mark Bonner are waiting to see if their names get called too. So I agree with you 100%. I heard this 100%.
JT Thor.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That's a wild fit for Charlotte.
They got a lot of interesting characters. I feel like that guy, Jaime Jaquez, is going to be like an interesting Charlotte guy in 2 years.
Oh, the UCLA guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
As part of the trade to be finalized later, the Milwaukee Bucks will trade the draft rights to Isaiah Todd, the 31st pick, to the Washington Wizards.
Oh, wait, we're live on camera.
Miles McBride, West Virginia University.
Oh my God.
And this pick,
What pick are we in right now?
going to the Knicks. So the Knicks.
Miles McBride.
Oh, man. Jaden Springer, man. He's going to be good.
You think so?
I think so. He's got more ways to go, but I really like
His
his shot.
His defense alone will get him some playing time.
I like the shot. I think the shots, he's going to get a lot of open looks, and I don't see why he can't knock it down.
Teams are going to go under him on pick and rolls, though, to start off.
Yeah, probably.
It's because that pull-up J is a little
Yeah,
questionable to start
I'm
off.
not as high on that pull-up J, but if they get him off the ball, I think he's going to be fine, at least to start.
I made the mistake where I was like not keeping up with editing all these videos.
Ew.
Why? Why do we do this?
What is it?
Io to the Bulls.
Ayo. Ayo. All I know is Ayo.
Oh.
What was that song called? I forget who it was by. It was like it was when I was in high school when it was popular.
No, I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about Freddie Mercury when he's on stage and he goes, "Oh, never mind."
I got it. You got it.
It's when Queen would perform live and Freddie Mercury would want to interact with the crowd and he would do the whole "Ayo."
Not remember any of this.
How do you not know Queen?
I know Queen. I just don't remember that.
I mean, it's super famous. He pretty much started that whole trend.
Yeah, the crowd control thing.
Oh, now every single artist tries to do that.
Order and get shared on our match today. Use code TV and get $50 off plus free footwears. Hey, change happened and we've made it a good thing. All new elements for next year. Now the future feels better than ever before. Order Let's Chill on our match today. Use code TV and get $50 off.
Let's reset the board.
Let's see. Sharif is still there.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with Sharif. So Jared Butler's still there?
Yep.
Man, that's the medical.
I don't know why the team hasn't taken a chance on Sharif yet.
Yeah. Joe Wieskamp is there. People are talking about being a first rounder. That's my guy.
got to learn his name so that way I'm not mispronouncing it and calling him like wrong names like I did for Tyrese.
What did you call him?
I think I called Tyrese Thibault or Matisse, but I called it to him. So like I literally called him like to his face, Matisse, and I was like, "Oh, that's not me."
That's so funny.
Yeah, Springer, he really is built like a linebacker.
Yeah, dude. I just posted a video of him like just fighting through like 2 Kentucky guys and finishing. It's pretty impressive.
Who is this guy that the Kings are picking?
Nemius Quetta.
Nemius
from Utah State from Portugal.
That's your boy.
Oh, Portuguese guy? That's my homeland, man.
Yeah, man.
Are you Portuguese?
Yeah, my grandma straight off the boat from Portugal.
Really?
Yep. She still speaks Portuguese to this day.
Nice.
Yeah, I still got relatives over there too.
Have you been to Portugal?
I went 13 years ago when I was like 10, so I couldn't really appreciate it. But we all talk about going back over there at some point.
Yeah, I was there right before the pandemic. It was beautiful.
They're still in lockdown.
They are?
Yeah, there's still a lot of restrictions there.
Who are we targeting next? That's the question. So let's look at the board here.
Sharif is there. Butler's there. BJ Boston, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, they've already drafted a guard, right? So I'm not sure if they're going to draft another young guard that does a lot of the same stuff. I think what they would want to do is look at like a stretch big, maybe like a wing, can shoot, 3-and-D type player.
Garza?
So Garza can definitely do that. I'm not as big on him as a switchable big. I think he's going to be exposed pretty badly in space. Can't rim protect that much. But, I mean, he's probably one of the best shooting bigs left in the draft. So I love Isaiah Livers. I think he can come in and play right away as like a small forward, like stretch 4 kind of player. It's not going to kill you defensively. Joe Wieskamp, obviously, we talked about him a lot. Can shoot lights out. Probably one of the best shooters left, if not the best shooter left. Reminds me a bit like Duncan Robinson.
What was one of the comps I saw for him? Was it Bertans I might have saw was a comp for him?
Bertans good, yeah. That could be a good comp. I just think he could do a lot with him off motion. Kind of similar stuff we saw with JJ when he was in town. Having to do a lot of DHOs with Embiid and whatnot. So, yeah. I think Livers is definitely in play. I think Livers is like a poor man's Grimes kind of thing.
Yeah, I like Livers a lot.
I still can't believe the Knicks found a way to snag Grimes. That's such a great pick for them.
Yeah, he's going to be a great fit there. There's no question.
Livers, Kessler Edwards, Wieskamp, and Isaiah Tott's gone. So that's my big board.
Who's left on your board? Who's left in your second round board, Chris?
Wieskamp, Livers, Sandro, and
oh, there he goes. Jazz just took Butler.
Jerry Butler's gone to the Jazz.
Yep.
I can root for him there.
No.
20 picks away. Take it home. Come on, take it home.
They're starting to go rapid fire right now. So
we got 50 and 53. We're only 10 and 13, right? Yeah.
All right. Well, we might as well do our second round show. Like, let's do 50 and 53 in one show. Since it's 50 and 53, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have much to say because I'm super fuzzy with these guys with the
All good.
board right now.
All good. All right. I'm up to like the mid first round. I'll do it tomorrow. Ow. Man, what a long day. We're 4 hours plus in right now.
So there's a report that the Wizards are high on KCP, but they may be open to dealing either Kuzma, Harrell, or both.
They're high on KCP.
They should trade him. They should trade him back to the Lakers for like Talon Horton Tucker.
Right, or
Oh man.
39. Their Butler's gone. Quetta is gone.
I'm tired now.
You're tired now?
Yes.
I'm like drenched in sweat.
Don't you have AC in your room?
What's up? Yeah, I have a fan on right now. It's
Okay.
just from sitting here for this entire time.
Uh-huh.
All right.
I blasted my AC.
Oh, hell yeah. Me too. All right. Who did I miss?
Oh my God! Stop! You're not making franchise-changing decisions here. Just pick.
What do you think?
Wait, Weiskamp.
Oh, Weiskamp went?
Yeah, to the Spurs right here.
Spurs. It's your boy.
I really wanted him, man.
Man, Sharif is falling.
All right. We have a comment here from Daniel. Since we need to waste some time, can you guys tell me what you think about what we can get for Ben and no Dame or Beal, just other offers? So beyond Beal, beyond Dame, what are the best deals for Ben Simmons? Any thoughts on that, guys?
The best.
You're losing any deal that's not Dame or Beal.
Yeah, and that's my fear is that you trade Ben, and then you cap your team as like an Eastern Conference Finals team, and now you don't longer have a trade asset. So, and like I guess the best offers that I saw were like, Fred VanVleet, OG. I mean, I don't see how that puts the Sixers a title.
Here's my thing, like. Realistically, people are just like, oh, well, you're just getting Simmons off the team. That's going to make you much better. Like, you saw how they played without Ben Simmons throughout the season. They lost to bad teams because Ben is a good player. Like, they don't want to admit it, but he's a very, 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 very good player. Just has a fatal flaw. If you can't get one of those guys, I just simply wouldn't trade him.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the thing too. When you trade a guy like Ben, you have to replace the game-changing defense, the ball handling, the playmaking. That's a lot that you have to be able to replace, and there aren't a lot of guys out there that can fully replace that.
Yeah. So, and people are saying like SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, like. He's a good player, man. He can never become a star, but he's not that player right now. And like, I wonder what Embiid would feel if like you bring in a guy like SJ. Like, what does that do for my career, man? Like, this guy's like helping win a championship. I don't know.
I think there are moves around the periphery that can get them to the next step that can be made that don't involve trading Ben if the right package isn't there. And it's such a delicate situation because right now his value is low, but he's a better player than this. So like you don't want to trade him for less, but you also want to make sure that you don't trade him at a point where it's like it'd be way too long and now it's too low. So I mean, I just think it's a very stressful, tough situation for them to be in. But if it's not one of those two stars, I wouldn't trade him.
Yeah, you don't trade Ben for multiple draft picks when you're in win now mode right now and you're trying to compete for a title. You trade the guy for picks. You trade a guy like this for picks when you've hit a wall and you're either deciding to go into full rebuild mode or try to go a completely different route.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, like I get Australia loves Ben Simmons, and I get it. Like, it's preposterous to say that Embiid is at fault in any way for this. Like, he's a superstar. It's time for Ben to grow up and get better. Like that's the reality of the situation. I'm sorry, it is. He's not good enough. He's been given ample opportunity from everybody he's been around in the organization. I would argue the organization has been more lenient on him than the fan base has been, for sure. And it should be the other way around. So he's been given a golden spoon to this point, and the reason that they find themselves in a situation like this is because he isn't good enough. But it isn't like he's 28; he's 25. He has room to get better. He has time to get better. Just a matter of looking in the mirror and having a bit of introspection.
Yeah.
You think he's going to do that?
No.
Who knows?
If he does't, then he's never going to be the player that he could be.
I think he will do it incrementally, but I don't think he'll ever be the player offensively that we imagine would be coming out of college. And I think the reason I said it is because I think that boat has sailed. Like, yeah, 25 is young, but it's also like not very young.
But in the modern NBA, 25 is getting up there.
Yeah, and like this guy has no shooting framework. Like, he's never shot the ball. Like, you have to pretty much build it from ground zero. Like, I'm not as high on that ever coming to fruition.
I mean, I don't think he'll ever be a great shooter, and I don't think he'll ever be a LeBron like he was supposed to be. But I think he's a
He poisoned the well. How? Can you?
Yeah. That's what he was saying. I think Ben has some stuff there that he can still do. Like, I think he can become a Magic-esque player, right? I think that's like a fair-ish, maybe not a fair comparison, but I think it's a goal to aim towards for him.
Yes. Oh, so Livers went 42, and then this Greg Brown pick is going to Portland. Is Greg Brown going to be the guy that keeps Dame in Portland?
Did Kessler Edwards go yet? No, right?
No.
Yeah, I think he could be a good pick there.
Where did Grimes go? You said Clippers?
No, Knicks.
I hope I'm.
Well, it was the Clippers' original pick, but then he got traded to the Knicks.
So, Thiago, what for you is the ceiling for Ben?
I mean, that's a good question. I think if you're looking at just like numbers, I think you can be like a 20 point per game player. I don't see that being anything much higher than that. And in terms of like as a player, like I honestly don't think you can actually make him a number one guy on your team.
Oh yeah,
and expect like there's this whole idea around like you should build a new team and let him run. Like I don't think he's ever going to be that player ever. I think he's always going to need somebody alongside him. Embiid is maybe not that guy because they have very similar kind of games, but he's going to need somebody like a perimeter player around them, like a star perimeter player. So, yeah, I mean, that's really what I see. I don't think he's ever going to be like a 25 or 30 points per game player. I just don't see that.
Maybe, yeah. I don't
do.
But I think he can be like 21, 9, and 8.
The assist numbers are always going to be numbers.
There he goes. Kessler Edwards to the Nets.
Damn it,
motherfucker.
What the hell are the Nets doing? You guys are supposed to fucking play your stars. What the hell? God damn it. The Nets are annoying me right now, man. They annoy me every year, but this is especially annoying.
Thiago is like the bane of his existence is the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, like what you guys got your players already. Like let the poor people get their players.
They took Cam Thomas.
I know.
They're gonna run about 50 ISOs a game.
Yeah, I'm dying to see Kevin Durant's face and Cam Thomas launches one from half court with like 19 seconds left on the shot clock. Cam Thomas would get traded like the next day, dude.
They should just like trade. They should just like brand themselves as just like an ice cube, and way they can get a Brooklyn Ice the entire time.
KD is gonna be so pissed when Cam just goes for the double team contested mid ranger when he's open, when KD's open in the corner.
They're gonna have like that moment that Draymond and KD had in Golden State when KD took like I think it was like Draymond took the last shot and turned it over.
Yeah, have got over half court and he bobbled it.
Cam Thomas and KD. It's just gonna be KD like going at him.
Who was the? I think it was Game 5. I think it was Bruce Brown or something that took a last second shot. Like Bruce Brown was having a game of his life, and then it came down to the end. It's like it's Bruce Brown time, baby. And KD was like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Bruce Brown time.
KD was like, "What is this?" That's Cam Thomas times 10. Dude.
I could see why Bruce Brown in that series would make people so mad because he does. The things he did on the court during that whole playoff run were just, they don't make sense for a guy that's 6'3".
Yeah, dude. It's Chris Brown, baby.
Dude, that Kendrick Perkins thing is so funny still.
It is.
Oh, that's the highlight of the draft, no question.
Moses Moody. Moses Moody. Hang on, I'm pulling it up right now.
Two of the best to ever do it. When you look at Moses, what he did in college.
That's amazing.
Play that one more time.
I guess better every time.
Two of the best to ever do it. When you look at Moses,
He dropped the Moosey in there. I was like, what?
Moody?
How did you get a Moosey out of that?
Oh, Moody. Moses Moody.
Well, did you guys catch the Keith Pompey podcast? Where he did the Wembley, Oji Anunulubi. I was like, what was that?
In my notes, whenever I'm like writing something, my notes, I always conclude the phonetic pronunciation if I have even the slightest bit of concern that I don't know how to actually pronounce the name.
Often, I do the same thing, 100% the same thing.
It's just like a common courtesy.
100%.
Yeah. But
he really said Fame Fleet.
Yes, Mark. He will speak after the presser or after the draft if the draft ever comes to a conclusion.
All right, I'm up to pick number 25.
Is this Boston's first pick, or do they make a pick?
It's Jahan Begarin.
Who?
I don't know.
Oh, the guy from I think France or something.
It might be Johan Begarin, maybe. I'm pulling a perk right now.
Make Perk proud right now.
God, that's so funny.
That's the greatest, man.
Old names to botch. Moses Moody.
I know. And I think he's like Moody Moses.
Moses Modi.
Wow.
I want to hear him try to say Alperen Sengun then.
They should just ask him tomorrow on a Get Up, just like run through a bunch of names and have him try to pronounce them. It'll just be like Alperen Sengun.
As a Harry Potter fan, I was hoping you would say Moaning Myrtle. That would be like the ultimate.
Boston got Sharif Cooper.
Oh yeah,
their best playmaker.
Wait, no. Sorry, they did not. He's still available. My bad. Scratch that. Boston got the French guy. You're right.
Who?
I'm not
Two
going
of the
to
best to ever do it. When you look at
Modi Booty. Modi Booty.
An all-timer. All-timer.
Oh my god, it gets better.
It gets better
All-timer.
every time you hear it.
Wait, who is this guy, Jawan Begarin from Washington? That's awesome.
Chris, I'll tell you that name is not pronounced Juwan. I'll tell you. It's anything but Juwan.
Oh god. Modi Moody. Moose Moody.
Muzamodi.
Give us Sandro. We want Sandro.
That was
Nope.
on this stream, right? I have to find.
Oh yeah. You have to timestamp that.
I will definitely clip that after this because I lost it. I remember just losing it.
Modi Moody.
I have tears in my eyes.
It's so funny. Mad Eye Moody. Yeah.
Oh god.
It's not even that hard of a name to pronounce. I don't understand why he
I know.
locked up.
You think he has a guy like?
I mean, that name it kicked his ass. I mean,
I know. It's like, dude, it's
You think he like sees a guy like Iggy Brasdeikis, and it's just like, nah, I'm not gonna try.
It's just Moses. Wait, Brooklyn has to pick right before us again. They're gonna pick Sandro. Watch, and I'm gonna lose my.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop
They're
it!
gonna pick Sandro right before us, and I'm gonna lose my. You know what?
Sandro would be so nice. All right, Kessler Edwards gone. Greg Brown is gone. Livers is gone. Wieskamp's gone. Butler's gone. Dude, this round sucks.
Yeah, there's not much left. Maybe like Austin Reeves. I know you don't like him, Chris, but
I would like an Austin on the Sixers stuff. I could
Yeah.
cover Austin.
you guys would bomb in a press conference over the first name.
I'll have trouble pronouncing it too.
hey Houston.
Houston Reeves. Like what? you get like canceled off the press conference.
Maybe like, what the fuck is wrong?
Yes, you drunk.
Hey Houston.
We'll be like Justin. How do you pronounce that again?
He's like Austin Reeves. What?
Bro, is that your name too? Is that your name too? I just want to make sure.
It still wouldn't be as bad as Joe Varden asking JaVale McGee if his mom is still with
That was
us.
horrible. That was horrible.
Hey JaVale, is your mom still with us? He didn't even follow it up. That was literally just that was his question.
It was like the worst reporting time I think I've ever seen in my entire life. It was horrible.
All right, Nishan went to Denver, correct?
Yeah, Bones.
Yeah. I'm still working on the first round.
Are you making like a video of all this stuff?
No, I'm making it so like if I edit the tags and stuff, and like Nuggets fans want to like read
gotcha.
about that. I'm changing the Sixers.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Denver Nuggets.
Gotcha.
David Johnson to the Raptors right now.
The running back? The corner?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the running back.
From the Cardinals.
Louisville, right? Guard.
Yeah.
No idea who the Leno Banton is. No idea.
We should switch over pretty soon.
Watch this be the Ben Simmons trade stream. Like, it would just break. Boom. What?
Can't wait to see how I can't wait to see how Maury tries to dance around any Ben questions.
Well, just tweets out like the Sixers have traded Ben Simmons for Moses Moody, and you see Kendrick Perkins' eyes.
You have to pronounce this guy's name again.
And he still finds a way to mess it up the first time.
He like Bean Simmons.
And then along with the Therese Maxey.
Mikesy.
Can't believe I want to see him try to say Matisse Thybulle then.
Madisy the bully.
Type bully.
Oh my god. He's one of those guys you'd 100%. You're just like, Perk, just admit you only watch the good teams play. He's like, I know I do. That's right. He's like Barkley in that regard.
You know he didn't watch all these prospects, especially even in the first round.
Of course not.
A good majority do not at all.
He saw Moses Moody's name pop up. He's like scratching his head. Oh shit, here we go.
He's like, oh fuck.
How do I pronounce this? Somebody.
All right, where are we at now? Sorry, I'm on Bones Island right now.
47. Right.
All right, so we're getting pretty close.
Yeah.
Are they announcing the pick still?
They haven't announced David Johnson yet, so we're on the clock with Atlanta. So it's Atlanta, Brooklyn, and us.
All right, so we have a little bit of time. All right, let me finish up Bones Island.
Sure.
Tomorrow's gonna suck, man. I'm already dreading tomorrow.
If Sharif falls to 50, do you take a swing on him?
Hawks just took Sharif Cooper.
Damn it.
Damn.
Perfect timing.
The Hawks are just killing him.
God damn it. Why do they need Sharif Cooper? And Jalen Johnson? Are you kidding me? That's a hell of a draft, man.
They got Jalen and Sharif.
Whew.
Pretty good.
Maybe they'll trade Trae Young. No. Put that out on Twitter.
Sharif is the heir apparent.
Yeah. Just put that on Twitter. I'm sure Sixers will run with that.
I see you, Austin. I'm sure Hawks Twitter will take that kindly.
I'll probably look at tomorrow like the fattest ratio you've ever seen in your life.
All right, I'm done. I'm done for tonight. I got through Nishan.
How many do you have left?
So many. All right. That was way too much work than it should have been. Let's go back. Where are we at? David Johnson. Toronto had back-to-back picks.
I believe
Yeah.
so.
They had a guy named
Atlanta just made a pick.
Yeah, so Brooklyn's going to draft Mamu now. And
Oh, my God. Wouldn't that be the trend? Wouldn't that be the story of this draft?
Set me off the map right now.
Mamu would be really fun in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he would. I would like him a lot.
I mean, you got your guard. You got your kind of two-way guard there.
Yeah.
Makes sense to get a stretch big.
God, I just see Cam Thomas's name at 27. I can't believe it.
I know, right?
Why?
It's like CeeDee Lamb all over again.
Is Cade Cunningham still available? That dude 100% like got drafted. Like, all right, I'm going to the club. I'm celebrating this. It's just like
I'm pretty sure Moses Moody's brother Mood
Moses.
If it's just like
I'm sure Moses Moody is still available.
It's just like it's like the Dwight Schrute situation where it's just like Mose Moody now.
The Nets are picking who?
All right, should we go to the second round now?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, let's go. We can end this. I think we can end this.
Thanks,
All right, guys. Thank you everybody for watching. We're ending this stream. We're heading to our second round Sixers stream. We'll see you there in just a second. See you guys.